Okay. All right. So we're on. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to take this wonderful opportunity to introduce you to our really magnificent board of directors. They are physicians and have such great love for this program and for the future of the whole workforce and the careers of doctors and your future. So I'd first like to bring on our president, Dr. Albert Brooks.
Great, Stefana. Thank you. Good morning to everybody and welcome. I want to welcome you to the opening day of the 2025 Doctors on Board program. What can I say? I think this is our 15th year of doing this program. So welcome everybody. My name is Dr. Albert L. Brooks. I'm the president of Washington Hospital Medical Group. We're down in Fremont, California at Washington Hospital. I'm a retired OB/GYN doctor. Probably in my career, I've delivered over 2,000 babies. There's a possibility that I might have delivered one of you. So go home and ask ask someone in your household who delivered you, or I might have delivered your mother or father because I've been around a long time. I want to congratulate each one of you formally for making the decision to pursue becoming a physician. You've come to the right place. As I said, it's our 15th year of making doctors. We estimate we've interacted with over 5,000 students. And Stefana tells me we probably have 500 or so of those folks have become doctors. We are dedicated to increasing the number of Black and underrepresented minority physicians. And PMF is a nonprofit, as Stefan has told you. Our board is comprised of 7 African-American physicians, just like you. We will provide you the tools and the roadmap for your journey to becoming a physician and or a medical professional. Hopefully, most of you will attend the in-person event tomorrow at Samuel Merritt Health Education Center. So let's get started.
Great, great. Thank you, Dr. Brooks. Thank you so much. And he's absolutely right. The information you're going to get today, please be prepared. However you take your notes, be prepared because the next 2 workshops are going to be awesome. And also the comments that our board members will provide to you too. So next, I would like to introduce Dr. Carol Miller. And she is the secretary of our board, and she is at UCSF School of Medicine. Dr. Miller?
Thank you, Stefana. Good morning, everyone. So as Stefana said, I'm Carol Miller. I am a professor of pediatrics at the University of California, San Francisco. And like Dr.
Brooks.
Dr. Brooks, I've known him decades. I don't know. I've been around
Many
a long
decades,
time, many decades. And sometimes when you get a little older, sometimes your memory fails you a little bit at the wrong time. But anyway, so I've taken care of many of those babies that Dr. Brooks delivered, and I'm still doing so. I have taken care. I have many families where I took care of 3 generations. So the grandmother was my patient, and the mother, and the father, and the babies, and so and they're still contacting me, even though I'm supposed to be partially retired. At any rate, we are very excited to have you here. This is one of our most favorite activities, at least mine. And I want to welcome you and hope you and encourage you to take advantage of this weekend to find out get all your questions answered, ask questions, find out what people do with their medical careers, because there's infinite number of things that you can do. You can go into medical education like I did, or you can be an administrator like Dr. Brooks, or you can be a sports medicine doctor like Dr. Strugwitt, who's here, or any number of things you want to do. You can combine your hobbies with your medical career. If you like to write, if you like to take pictures, photograph, there's all kinds of things that you can do. So it is really a broad field, and it's one that you can never get tired of. I will see you tomorrow. Mostly I'll be working with your parents and helping to get them up to speed on what this whole process and journey is like. And so I'm looking forward to that, and I'm hoping you'll have an exciting weekend. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller has some wonderful stories. So if you guys, as they all do, if you guys get a chance to see them tomorrow, just, ask them one of their special stories. Okay, so moving right along. Next, would like to introduce our treasurer, who is Dr. Warren Strudwick. He is a sports medicine doc and orthopedic surgeon. Dr. Strudwick, please.
Good morning. How's everybody? I hope everybody's doing great. This is a great introduction into the wide world of medicine. Some might call it the wild world of medicine. And it certainly is the beginning of an adventure for you and the development of a superpower that no one will ever be able to take away from you. Once you get into medicine, once you get your education, once you get independent, you will be able to determine your own destiny and be the producer and director and actor of your own award-winning 5-star movie. And this is the beginning of it. The seeds of it start here with this program, which is an acclaimed program. We've done a lot of work with kids and adults and everyone's found benefit from this, as Dr. Brooks has said. So we welcome you today to start this great adventure with us. Have a great weekend, and we'll be talking over the weekend, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Strudwick. Thank you so much. And finally, I think this is the last board member, but he's very special. He's a wonderful, wonderful Dr. Aldenship McDonald, who's a cardiologist. In fact, he's my cardiologist. Welcome, Dr. McDonald.
Great. Thanks so much, Steph. And I just want to extend my welcome to all of you. As I see so many people logged in on a Saturday morning, boy, our future is bright. It's so good to see all of your faces and names. I've had a wonderful career thus far in medicine, as Stephanie mentioned, as a cardiologist, and I hope the same for all of you. My hope for you today and over the next 2 days is that in addition to learning a lot, meet someone who you will stay in touch with beyond this weekend. And so whether it's a fellow pre-medical student or a medical student, a resident, a physician, meet someone who you can stay in touch with. This road to a career in medicine has twists and turns and still does. And it's always wonderful to have someone you can call or someone there to support you as you make different decisions on your journey. So I encourage you to take advantage of all the wonderful resources that are offered this weekend, but also meet someone who you can really carry on a relationship beyond the weekend as well. So best of luck for a great weekend, and I hope to see many of you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McDonald. I think those are all the board members that have logged in. I can't really see, but I think they're all logged in so far. Let's see. Why don't we do this? We have a few minutes before, just a couple of minutes before the workshop starts. So first of all, everybody knows about tomorrow. That is at the Health Education Center. And there's plenty of parking. I'm sure you guys all saw that. One of the things that happened was many students' parents or the student itself registered late, and we just didn't have room. So we're sorry that all of your parents or families couldn't attend the parent workshop tomorrow. But we just need you to register early, because 2 days before the program starts provides kind of not enough time to prepare for another panel. So, but we'll have more events and initiatives that parents will be able to engage in, okay? If anybody have anything burning or a question about that, you can speak to me maybe afterwards, after the session today, okay? And then the last thing is that I will go over some details about tomorrow towards the end of the session, and just make sure you know if you got any questions or anything like that and you didn't quite put it in chat, just to make sure we're all clear about tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be amazing as well, and it will start very fast. So, okay, with that said, maybe I should ask, does anybody have any questions that they would like to, just burning that you would like to ask? Okay, I don't see anybody. Okay, that's good. So I think we can start a little early if that's okay with our panel, if that's okay with them. So let's go for it. Okay. So the next panel, first panel, I should say, is from the Association of American Medical Colleges, and is Naya Brown and Candace Panter. They are amazing. Please, please listen to everything that they have to say and take your notes. Candace and Naya, I'm sure they'll pop questions in the chat, but we'll also take questions at the end of your presentation because we're starting a little early. And when you cut it off, we'll take those questions for a few minutes if we need to, okay? And you guys can just let us know, but we'll try to help you. And then sometimes what happens when I see questions in the chat, I'll just, at the end, I'll just ask you for them so you may miss them, okay? Okay, with that said, good morning, Candace and Naya.
Good morning. Okay, we just have some slides to share. Let me get those up. Okay. Are the slides showing correctly on your end, Naya?
Yep, that looks good, Candace.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it too, Candace.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead and jump in. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. First, we want to start off by saying welcome to the Designing Your Pre-Med Journey with Resources from the Association of American Medical Colleges presentation. Candace and I are happy to join you all virtually today. My name is Naya Brown. I'm the Senior Communication and Outreach Specialist, primarily with the MCAT and preview exams, and then I'll let Candace introduce herself.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Candace Pantor. I'm the manager of admissions communications here at the AAMC. And my work mainly revolves around the MCAS application and the fee assistance program. And I also support Naya with the MCAT and preview exams.
Thanks, Candace. This presentation will cover some of the tools and resources available through the AAMC on your journey to medical school. And as we go through this presentation, please feel free to write down any questions you have, or feel free to add them to the chat, which we'll address during the Q&A portion at the end. If you're unfamiliar with the AAMC, the Association of American Medical Colleges is a nonprofit organization that focuses on transforming healthcare. Our mission is to lead and serve academic medicine to improve the health of people everywhere. The AAMC works through many different avenues to support and facilitate medical education. And one of the ways that we do that is by providing services and tools for pre-medical students, medical students, and residents like this presentation. As you can see on the screen here, the reality is that your path may take many different twists and turns along the way to medical school. There isn't a right or wrong path to medical school, and everyone's path is quite unique. However you get there is just right. On the screen here tends to be the standard pathway to medical school, but remember, there isn't a certain timeline or order that you must complete these requirements in. This presentation hub here will cover all of the resources that we'll discuss today. We'll cover everything from getting experience to preparing for the MCAT and preview exams, choosing your medical schools, and applying to medical schools using the AMCAS application. To get started on your journey, you'll need to work with your pre-health and/or academic advisors to develop an academic program that meets your pre-medical and other school-specific degree requirements. If you don't have a pre-health advisor, the National Association of Advisors for the Health Professions, also called NAAHP, can connect you with one. And we'll have all of the resources that we're going to share throughout this presentation at the end, but also feel free to take them down as we go through. To start your journey, we recommend you signing up for the Pre-Med Navigator newsletter. This monthly newsletter provides information about important topics like upcoming webinars, real stories from students, interviews with professionals, tips, tools, and resources to help you on your path to medical school, and more. To subscribe and view all of our past articles, you can use the QR code or visit the link on the screen. Another way to hear directly from other students is through our Aspiring Docs resource. In the Aspiring Docs, you'll find information and inspiration to help you get started on your path to medicine. There are resources there such as fact sheets, resource articles, and inspiring stories. The fact sheets are one of our most popular resources because they provide quick but thorough information about topics like shadowing a doctor, preparing for the MCAT exam, making the most of your gap year, and what it's like to see a patient for the first time. All of those resources can be found at the link on the screen here. A little bit more about Aspiring Docs. The blog features over 300 firsthand stories from pre-meds, medical students, and residents. And you can search for posts by author, topic, or level of experience in the dashboard. Aspiring Docs is always accepting new writers. And if you're interested in writing for the blog, it's a great way to inspire others as well as demonstrate one of the 17 pre-med competencies, written communication. And again, you can visit the link on the screen to learn more about Aspiring Docs. We'll be sharing a lot of information with you, but I know that you all also want to hear from students. So we've put a couple excerpts from current students throughout the presentation as well. One of them is from Michaela Jones. We know it's important to hear from others who have been where you will be. So we've added some slides with insights. Michaela was concerned about how her average MCAT score and one withdrawal on her transcript would affect her opportunities for admission to medical school. She tackled the withdrawal on her transcript head-on by addressing it in one of her secondary application essays. Michaela says, "It was reassuring to know that committees review applicants in a holistic manner. No applicant is defined by just one measure." In addition to your GPA and test scores, a lot of medical schools are progressing to competency-based admissions. This means that schools evaluate you based on your experiences, goals, and proficiency in those 17 pre-med competencies listed here that demonstrate your preparedness for medical school. These pre-med competencies reflect expectations for medical students. Many applicants wonder, what is a competency and how do you even demonstrate it? After hearing those questions from applicants and pre-health advisors, we created the Anatomy of an Applicant website. It defines those 17 pre-med competencies that medical schools look for in applicants and gives you tools and examples for how to develop those competencies. On the next slide, you'll learn a little bit more about that resource. To show how successful applicants have demonstrated these competencies, we interviewed real medical students, their pre-health advisors, and the admissions officers who accepted them. On the Anatomy of an Applicant website, you're able to read stories from medical students and how they demonstrated the pre-med competencies during their path to medicine and in their medical school applications. You'll also get the perspectives of their pre-health advisors and the admissions officers who accepted them. In addition, you'll also find information about the parts of an application, and you can complete a workbook with self-assessment worksheets, which help you identify which competencies you would like to include. To access that, you can simply navigate to aamc.org/competencies. Some people have also questioned whether shadowing a doctor is necessary to be a competitive applicant. Shadowing is a valuable experience because it exposes you to patient care in a clinical setting and provides insight into the day-to-day demands of a medical career. While shadowing can provide you with exposure to the patient care environment, it's not the only way to demonstrate these skills and characteristics. Here on the screen are a few other ways to gain that medically related experience. For those seeking a program that will help prepare you for medical school, you should strongly consider the Summer Health Professions Education Program, or SHPEP, as you may have heard it referred to. This free program has strengthened students' academic proficiency and career development for over 30 years. Funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, SHPEP is a free 6-week transformative program for college students. The program provides opportunities to explore a variety of health careers, including dentistry, medicine, nursing, optometry, pharmacy, physical therapy, and public health. Furthermore, the program prepares students for successful applications to medical school. Over 65% of SHPEP alum who apply to medical school or dental school are accepted, and over 78% of alum obtain advanced degrees, demonstrating the success of the program. Hosted at several universities across the US, SHPEP provides students with a comprehensive academic enrichment experience. This includes coursework in the basic sciences of math, clinical experiences, career development activities, learning and study skills seminars, and financial planning workshops. The program aims to enhance access to information and resources for college students, offering a variety of fun and enriching academic and career experiences. And SHPEP is open to college freshmen, sophomores, and juniors with a strong interest in pursuing a career in the health professions. Eligible applicants must be U.S. citizens, permanent residents, or individuals who have been granted DACA status. Additionally, applicants should have completed 60 or fewer college credits and maintain a GPA of at least 2.5. The application process requires a personal statement and one letter of recommendation. For more information, you can visit shpep.org. Many students recognize the importance of gaining practical experience in the health field through various activities such as volunteer work, shadowing, as we mentioned, laboratory work, or working as a medical scribe. These experiences are invaluable for those pursuing careers in medicine and healthcare, and you can use the QR code here or the link to explore other summer enrichment opportunities. Here are a couple of ways on the screen to provide medically related experience as well. So just a few of these: as a hospice volunteer, you would provide compassionate care and support to patients and their families during end-of-life stages. If you choose to volunteer as an EMT, you would respond to emergency situations, offering immediate care and transportation to medical facilities. And if you chose to work as a hospital scribe, you would be working alongside physicians to document patients' encounters, learning about medical procedures and patient care. And then again, you can explore other summer enrichment opportunities by visiting the QR code on the screen here. When you're ready to apply to medical school, you'll see that the application process encompasses a lot of different things, from choosing which schools to apply to, preparing for the MCAT exam, deciding if the preview exam is right for you, filling out your medical school applications, and covering expenses related to the application process. The process of applying to medical school has a financial component. AMCAS, MCAT, preview, and MSAR do have a cost associated with them. But the AAMC firmly believes that the cost of applying to medical school should not deter you from becoming a doctor. So, to combat that, we created the AAMC Fee Assistance Program. Before registering for your MCAT exam, preview exam, or applying to medical school, we strongly encourage you to explore the AAMC's Fee Assistance Program. The program assists those who, without financial assistance, would be unable to take the MCAT or preview exams, apply to medical schools with the AMCAS application, or use some of the other AAMC resources. Please note that the benefits of this program are not retroactive, so you will need to apply before you take advantage of any of the benefits associated with them or before you register for those exams. There are a number of benefits with the Fee Assistance Program, and they include reduced MCAT fees, reduced preview exam fees, free MCAT prep materials, free subscription to the medical school admission requirements or MSAR, a waiver for the cost of the AMCAS application and AMCAS fees for up to 20 medical school designations, and a discount on your ARIS application when you get into medical school. Additionally, if you're planning to apply for MCAT and or preview testing accommodations, you'll have access to a stipend for an updated psychoeducational or medical evaluation if that's necessary. If you were to use all the benefits available to you with the Fee Assistance Program Award, you would save more than $2,000. So it's definitely worth investigating to see if you're eligible for the program. To be eligible for the Fee Assistance Program, you must have a US-based home address. Approval of the Fee Assistance Program is tied directly to the US Department of Health and Human Services poverty level guidelines. So your parental financial information and supporting tax documentation are required for applicants under age 26, and you must be preparing to apply to medical school. It's free to apply to the program, so we encourage you to do so. And then again, for more information, you can head to the link at the bottom of the slide here to review the website and to take a look at the Fee Assistance Essentials to determine your eligibility and get answers to any questions. We're also happy to answer any of those questions here. All right, next we'll go over the medical college admission test, commonly known as the MCAT exam. The exam is a standardized computer-based multiple choice exam taken at a testing center. The exam itself takes about 7.5 hours to complete, which includes everything from checking out to taking breaks. All US and many Canadian medical schools require MCAT scores for regular admission to medical school. The exam tests you on the knowledge and skills required to go to medical school, that medical school students, faculty, and residents have identified as key prerequisites for success in medical school and the practice of medicine. It specifically assesses your problem solving and critical thinking skills, as well as your knowledge of scientific concepts and principles necessary to the study of medicine. And here we have another excerpt from a student. By trying to save on the cost of medical prep materials, Nadia Scott decided to self-study from used MCAT review books and ultimately took the exam unprepared. In the end, Nadia knew she did not study appropriately for the MCAT exam. In retrospect, if Nadia would have financially invested in appropriate MCAT prep materials, since the exam score is a vital component on medical school applications. Instead of trying to save on costs, I would have invested in the appropriate MCAT prep material. If I had to prepare for the MCAT exam again, I'd completely revamp my study technique to incorporate practice questions to assess my strengths and weaknesses and flashcards for repetition of the material, Nadia said. The content on the MCAT exam is divided into 4 multiple choice sections, which you can see here on the screen. There is no writing section on the exam. Those 4 sections include 2 natural sciences sections, a behavioral and social sciences section, and a critical analysis section. And the section's test content can be found in introductory biology, physics, psychology, and sociology courses, in addition to introductory general and organic chemistry and first semester biochemistry. If you're looking for a full breakdown of what's on the MCAT exam, you can actually go to our website and plug in what's on the MCAT exam content outline for a full overview. MCAT scores are released 30 to 35 days after you take your exam. You'll receive 5 scores, 4 individual section scores, and 1 total score. Your section scores will be added together to create your total score. The ranges for each section and the total scores are listed here. So after this information, you might be asking, when is the right time to take the MCAT exam? And the answer to that is when you're ready. Here are a few questions to help you think about how to determine when you might be ready. So our first question would be, when do you want to apply to medical school? Many examinees take their MCAT exam in the same year that they're also applying to medical school. So you might want to consider that as well. Are you familiar with the MCAT content? Do you understand it? And do you feel comfortable with that content? The MCAT exam doesn't have any required courses that you need to take before registering, but if you feel you need more time to prepare based on what's tested on the exam, you may want to consider a testing date later in the year. And then the last question would be, will you need to retake the exam? No one really likes to think about retesting, but if you think you will have to test more than once during a calendar year, you may want to think about making your first attempt early in the year. This allows you to receive your scores, decide on whether to retest or not to retest, and then find an available testing seat later in the year. As a note about the testing calendar, we do test from January to September of every year, typically with the exception of the month of February. A few other things you might want to keep in mind. There are a limited number of times you can take the exam. So in a single testing year, you're only permitted to take the exam 3 times. Over 2 consecutive testing years, you can only take the exam 4 times. And in a lifetime, you're permitted to take the exam a total of 7 times. In your preparation, it's important to use effective study strategies and to build a study plan. The AAMC has free resources to help you do this. We have a free guide that will help you develop a study plan and incorporate study strategies. This resource is available online and as a download. It can be helpful to see how others tackled the exam, so you might want to be sure to check out tips from medical students on our website and also through our MCAT prep playlist on YouTube. And be sure to check out all of our other resources and practice products to help you throughout the process. Here on the screen, you can see some of the resources that AAMC makes available either free or at low cost. These include study resources such as the Khan Academy MCAT video collection and review questions, practice questions, full-length exams, and inspiring stories.
I'll take over from here, Naya. Thank you. So another component you want to be aware of on your journey is the preview exam. So medical students and doctors must understand far more than chemistry and human anatomy to provide better care for patients. The AAMC designed the preview exam to look beyond academic metrics to assess core personal skills such as resilience, service orientation, ethics, and teamwork. When combined with other parts of the admissions process, your preview scores provide medical schools with a more complete view of you as an applicant. The preview exam is designed to measure examinees' understanding of effective professional behaviors across the 9 AAMC core competencies for entering medical students. And you can see those competencies here on the screen. Now, the preview exam takes approximately 75 minutes to complete, and you can take it at the convenience of a testing center of your choosing. So you can take it at home or at another location that meets the testing requirements. We do maintain security with live remote human proctoring. So that's just an element that is a part of this exam as well. There is a flat fee for the preview exam, and it includes unlimited score distribution to the participating schools. And as Naya mentioned, this is also included in our free assistance program benefits. So you will have your fees waived for the preview exam if you are a recipient of our fee assistance program. You can visit our website to see what schools are using the preview exam in their admissions process. And also there's more information on how participating schools use their preview scores in our medical school admissions requirements database, which I'll talk a little bit more. And you'll also see preview exam participation in the AMCAS application once you're applying. The preview exam is offered for 7 testing windows, and it's typically through April through September. And then you'll get your scores 30 days after the testing window, and you'll receive your scores in your application, and you'll be able to access them, and it'll also be transmitted to your medical schools at the same time. The preview program also provides students with free prep resources. This includes an examinee preparation guide as well as practice exams. You can find all of our preparation information and our resources on the preview website. There is a practice exam booklet that includes 2 full-length practice exams and the scoring keys along with the rationales for the answers. And this is to help examinees get familiar with the exam and how the scenarios are selected and get a better understanding of the competencies and the process for evaluating the responses in the exam. Before I move on, I do just want to touch on our accommodations process. So know the AAMC is committed to providing all individuals with opportunities to demonstrate their proficiency on the MCAT exam and the preview exam. And we want to make sure that everyone is being able to test with the right accommodations. So if you are a student who has a disability or a medical condition that you believe requires an adjustment to standard testing conditions, we do encourage you to apply for testing accommodations. You can find information for testing accommodations on the MCAT and preview pages. There's information around the time frame that you will need to apply, the type of accommodations you can receive, the application requirements, and what you can do once you receive a decision. So decisions on most accommodations are typically made within 60 days of a complete application, and you can get instructions and information for applying on our preview and MCAT web pages. So like many applicants, Rose was worried about not having a perfect GPA or particularly high MCAT exam. And she said during her interviews, no one asked her about her unbalanced MCAT score or the C grades in her transcript. They were more interested in learning about her strengths and the strategies that she used for overcoming challenges. So her advice to applicants is to choose schools with missions that align with your own. And she decided to focus on underserved communities in rural areas. So, just like every medical school is different, know that every medical school is different. And on average, applicants apply to about 19 medical schools. So, with so many different programs, how do you decide where to apply and what medical school is right for you? So, know each medical school has a different mission, a different culture, different teaching philosophy, and you can view medical schools' admission statements and other information in our medical school admissions requirements database. So, in the database, you can see core values for the different medical schools, what they're looking for in a successful applicant, their student body, demographics, and much, much more. It's a great resource for you to start checking out now and when you're ready to apply, to help you choose the best school that's right for you. So, when you get to the point that you're making your decision about where to apply, you don't only want to think about the academic component requirements and medical school stats, right? So, you're going to be spending 4 years at this institution. So, you want to make sure you're considering as many elements as possible when selecting your schools. So, the MSAR tool helps you search schools by location. You can also see median MCAT scores and GPAs for applicants and people accepted. You can see school specific data, and you're also able to save and rank schools. You can write notes in schools. You can write notes about schools. You can review the pre-med coursework that's required, and much, much more. Now, there is a subscription component to it, but there's a lot of elements that you can see without the subscription. And like Naya mentioned, our medical school admissions requirements database is also part of our fee assistance program. The official guide to medical school admissions is a chapter guidebook that outlines the admissions process and also highlights other things like medical career options, how to prepare for medical school, what medical students study, and how admissions decisions are made. So this is a really great resource that you'll want to check out as early as you can in your journey. It's a PDF document that you can just download and access for free. And there's also worksheets included in this that will help you prepare for applying to medical school. And you can access this at the link on this slide. Now, you've taken your prerequisites, you've taken your MCAT exam, you've gotten the experience you needed, and now you're ready to apply and you want to make your plan for applying to medical school. So, over these next few slides, I'm going to touch on the MCAS application and our resources for financing medical school. So, as a contributor to Aspiring Docs, Shelby Snyder shared her journey to medical school. Hers is not just a story of academic achievement, it's a narrative that wove with threads of resilience, community, and unwavering commitment to her Indigenous heritage as a member of the Navajo Nation. Shelby continuously developed her leadership skills to advocate for underrepresented communities within the Indigenous healthcare, and her story serves as an inspiration to aspiring health professions from underrepresented background. Her profile is a really great one to read, and you can find it on the Aspiring Docs Anatomy of an Applicant page. So now when you are getting ready to apply to medical school, you will use the AMCAS application. So the MCAS application, it's a little bit like the Common App you may have used when you were applying to college. So you complete one application and then we send that application to the medical schools you designate on your behalf. The AMCAS program verifies and processes your applications for you. And then, like I was just mentioning, it'll be transmitted to the medical schools that you have designated. We also distribute your letters of evaluation, and your MCAT and preview scores will also be transmitted directly to your medical schools on your behalf within your AMCAS application as well. On this slide is a look at the typical application timeline. So we refer to this as the AMCAS application cycle. The AMCAS application cycle, it is 1 year ahead of the current calendar year. So know that it's offset like this because the application cycle corresponds to when you plan to start medical school. So remember that once you're getting ready to apply, you're going to be applying to the AMCAS application year that corresponds to when you want to start medical school. The cycle opens at the beginning of May each year, and then medical schools begin receiving processed applications in late June. And then once your process application is sent, medical schools begin their review of the application, and that's when you'll receive secondary applications from the medical school. And after you complete your secondaries, you'll get your interviews from the medical schools for admissions. So keep in mind that medical school admissions is rolling, so you want to be able to prepare and submit your materials as early as you can in the process or once the cycle opens. Do keep track of the AMCAS application deadlines because know this is the deadline that you will have to submit your application for it to be transmitted in a timely manner to the medical schools that you're applying to. And you can find AMCAS deadlines and the medical school deadlines on our website and also in the application. When you're applying, you'll see them in the medical school section of the application. So the application is relatively straightforward, but on the next slide, I do want to touch on some of the sections that tend to take applicants a little bit more time. So as you can see here, the MCAS application has 9 sections. And again, it's relatively straightforward. You're going to be answering information about yourself, about your background, the schools you attended. You'll put your letters of evaluation in, you'll select your schools. And like I mentioned, your MCAT and previous scores are also included. But first in the coursework section, so this is the section where you're going to enter all of your college level courses that you have attempted or completed, and you'll also be sending your transcripts to us for the verification process. So we'll get your official transcripts and we'll compare them to the coursework section information that you've entered to complete the verification process for your application. The next section is the work and activities section, which I'd like to highlight. And this is the section where you're going to indicate your work experience, your extracurricular activities, your awards, honors, or publications that you took part in, any hobbies you've done. And you're allowed to enter 15 entries in this section. And then you can indicate 3 as your most meaningful experiences where you'll be able to reflect on those in writing as to why they were the most meaningful to you. And then finally, everyone does have to submit a personal comments essay or a personal statement as part of your application. Know that this is a pretty important part of your application process because it's your opportunity to let the medical schools know why you're choosing medicine, right? So there's no right or wrong way to craft your essay. You want to make sure it's unique to you and your personal journey to becoming a physician and why you're choosing the career path. The AMCAS program has a ton of resources and information to help you through the application process. So when you're ready to apply, spend a little bit of time on our website. We have video tutorials. We put out an applicant guide each year and an applicant workbook to help you through the process. So just spend a little bit of time on our website and in our guide once you're ready to apply. So just featuring another former pre-med, current medical student, Bridger faced many disparities as a first-generation college student from a rural, underserved area and experienced a lack of resources, low socioeconomic status, and was uninsured for part of his life. He says not many people from rural backgrounds are able to pursue an education, and of those that do, very few will pursue a graduate or professional degree. However, he was able to utilize has resources such as the fee assistance program and information from our first website for him that he found to be helpful on his journey to medical school. So we strongly recommend becoming familiar with the FIRST program. So the FIRST program will equip you with tools, tips, and information that will help you borrow wisely and when it comes time, repay your loans responsibly. The FIRST information will help you understand the financial aid process. It'll help you manage your finances during medical school and learn about loan repayment options. So on the first website, you'll find fact sheets, which are short articles that cover sometimes difficult to understand topics. There's also videos and webinars that talk about ways to pay for medical school and how to repay federal student loans. There's resources about that include repayment charts, timelines, budgeting worksheets, tip cards, and then also there's a tool called the Med Loans Organizer and Calculator, and that lets you organize your student loans and run repayment scenarios. So there's a ton of resources on this website, and you definitely want to spend some time with them to come up with your plan for financing medical school. So one of the ways to help minimize the financial stress is, again, learning about all the different possible student aid and funding opportunities and options. So from the first homepage, you'll see that you can search the first button. And this is a separate tool from the main website. And you're able to search all of the different information and financial resources that FIRST has to offer. You can also search by the audience. So whether you're a pre-med or a resident, you can search by topic, you can search by financial aid, managing money, or you can include whatever you may think about looking into as far as financing medical school, but this is a great resource to spend some time exploring. Before moving on, I just want to touch FIRST also has general financial wellness information. So you can find general information around budgeting, credit, taxes, insurance, all different things just around budgeting and money management are also available on this website. So it's a great resource for just not financing medical school, but just your own finances as well. I also want to mention that there are many different paths you can take once you get to medical school, like our board members were mentioning, and that also includes an MD PhD program. So while physicians and physician scientists both train in medical school and have biomedical knowledge, physician scientists bridge scientific research and clinical patient care by advancing biomedical knowledge through research. So the goal of an MD PhD program is to prepare trainees for a career that combines research and clinical care, but there is an emphasis on the research. Know that most MD, PhD programs provide trainees with a stipend and tuition scholarships. The financial support recognizes the time that a student must spend in training for the MD, PhD career, and the extent of the support, it does vary around the programs, and some may only support U.S. citizens and permanent residents. So it's something to look into if you're interested. All right, so there's a lot of different places where you can get information to support you on your path to medical school. And I just want to wrap up with the information of how you can get in touch with us and some general resources that you'll want to be aware of. So all of the resources that we mentioned today are on our AAMC website. So get really familiar with our website. It's a great place to start for you no matter where you are on your journey to medical school. You can search for information or use the menu to navigate to topics you want to learn about. Our pre-med resources website is one of our most frequently visited website, and it also has a bunch of digital tools and connects you to the other places and other components that we were mentioning. On this website, you can also find our pre-med calendar and popular pre-med resources. So it's a great place to start to check out what we have coming up and where you might want to start to navigate for your journey. So we did discuss many different resources, so I'll leave this slide up for a little bit so you can take a screen grab or take a picture. It includes all of the websites for all of the resources we've mentioned throughout the presentation today. And then finally, wrapping up with how you can get in touch with us. So we do maintain a social media presence on Facebook and X. So please follow our social media accounts. We give resources and tips for getting through the application process and for our different exams on our social media accounts. And then also, if you have any direct questions about the MCAT exam or the MCAS application, you can contact us at the contact forms listed here. And then also the phone number will take you to our AAMC support center. So if you have questions about any of the pre-med resources, the fee assistance program, you can get in touch with our support center and they can help you get any questions answered. All right, so with that, we would love to open it up for questions.
Does anyone have any questions or clarifications needed? One of the things that I would like to ask you guys to expand upon is the importance of personal statements when it comes to applying for medical school and your applications, because I know some of the statements that I've seen, and I sit on several nationwide applications for scholarships. Sometimes they go into so much about, you know, what maybe is their inspiration to become a doctor, and they really don't tell what kind of doctor they want to be and what they want to do with it or the purpose of it. So maybe you can talk a little bit more, dwell on a little bit more about why the personal statement, especially in this day and time, is so important.
Yeah, I can touch on some sort of like elements that make it successful, right? So you want to make sure you're talking about why you want to be a physician and sort of what your motivations are for becoming a doctor and why you're choosing the career path. Another piece to think about is that you don't want to repeat something that the admissions officers can find in another part of your application. So you want to make sure it's new information that you're sharing with them and letting them know why you're choosing the career path, why medicine's for you, and why it is what you ultimately do want to do as a career.
Okay, there is a question. If you want to go to medical school straight after college, when would you recommend to take the MCAT?
So this is going to kind of determine a few factors. So we do have students who start taking the MCAT as early as junior year, but you also want to take into account that some schools will only take your MCAT scores for a certain amount of time. So typically that's about 2 to 3 years, but if you have access to MSAR, you can see all of the schools that you're interested in applying to and what their requirements are going to be for that MCAT exam piece, in addition to a number of other things as well. And then you also, a lot of students take it in the same year that they are going to be applying. So that would be the year before you are hoping to matriculate into medical school. So if you're hoping to go straight in, that would be, our recommendation would either be junior, between the summer of junior year and senior year.
Okay, I hope that answers the person's question. Another question, it is suggested that's, oops, it clicked. It's suggested to start studying for the MCAT test in high school. Okay, should you take a preview for the MCAT first? Or should you just go and take the MCAT?
So the preview and the MCAT exam are quite different. You don't necessarily need to take one before the other. We can talk a little bit more about like what the differences are if you need that as well. But yeah, you don't have to necessarily take one over the other or one before the other. You'll need to check to make sure if your school is requiring an SJT or specifically the preview exam, and we can include the information for that as far as our guidelines around preview. And then for suggesting if you should start studying for the MCAT exam in high school, no, I don't necessarily recommend that you start studying in high school. A lot of the concepts that you're going to find on the MCAT exam, you are going to tackle in those first couple of years of undergrad. And then again, you can take a look at the What's on the MCAT exam content outline to see that. Typically, we are seeing students study about 6 months, depending on the way that they take exams and the way that they prepare for exams for the MCAT exam. So we're not necessarily recommending high school starting point.
Okay, and what about the gap year? Is it some people have told, I guess, folks that if you take a gap year, you can gain experience before applying to medical school.
That is one of the ways that we are seeing a lot of people gaining
Mhm.
experience, and it is becoming definitely more and more common for students to take a gap year before applying to medical school or before taking the MCAT exam. Candace, did you want to add anything to that?
And also,
Yeah.
Candace, one thing, would you address post-bac programs too?
Yeah, so I think
Okay.
all of these decisions about whether you're going to take a post-bac program, you want to take a gap year, like that's something you should really work out with your pre-health advisor and figure out. So like Naya was mentioning in the beginning of the presentation, everybody's journey is different. So you want to make sure that you're really taking the path that works for you and gets you to be the strongest candidate that you can be for medical school. So if that means for you, like you didn't really get all the experiences that you wanted to do in undergrad, then, maybe a gap year is the best for you because that you will be putting forth yourself as the strongest candidate for medical school in that capacity. And the same thing with a post-bac program. Maybe you didn't take all the requirements, maybe you didn't perform as well as you wanted to in them. So a post-bac program is a good way for you to strengthen your academic experiences or your academic requirements before applying and getting more experience before you apply. But it's really thinking about what you need to do to present yourself as the strongest candidate as a medical student.
Okay, and I'll add to this next question, and maybe you guys can chime in too. The question is, how is virtual shadowing looked at by medical schools? Getting in-person shadowing is a bit tough. So for some of the professions that aren't easy to get in-person shadowing for, will virtual still work? Let me address the shadowing question. Um, Shadowing is considered, from everything that I've heard, now I'm not, the expert on this, but shadowing is more passive in terms of if you have experience, if you're listing all of your experiences and what you've done, versus if you're engaged in something or a program or initiative where you actually do hands-on. And I think that is weighted a little bit stronger, maybe quite a bit stronger, depending on what you're doing. The problem with shadowing is that doctor or that facility must be set up because there are HIPAA laws and all kinds of laws that are in place that people just can't go in and let somebody come in and sit in while they're examining a patient. So shadowing is fine, but I really recommend you getting some really programs like this one, and there are other programs that you get involved so you can have and you can list those programs as part of your experience. You want to chime into that, either one of you?
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
I just wanted to add, so no, keep in mind that you can get many different experiences that can expose you to clinical exposure, right? Or working with patients. So know that shadowing isn't the only way to that. So like as Naya mentioned, you can be a hospice volunteer, you can volunteer in the
Right,
hospital.
right.
Even if if you happen to have been a caregiver for a family member or a friend or something like that, as long as you have capacity that show that you've interacted with patients students and you
That's
have
right.
experience working with them, know that it's broader than just shadowing. Like you can get those experiences in many different ways.
Yes, very good, very good. We get that question a lot, and some people don't do the real little bit more hands-on and think that the shadowing is weighted the same. And I've heard that it's important, but it's not like if you have good hands-on experience. Okay, where can I find a pre-help advisor? Is one question. If you do not have a pre-help advisor, oh, you already answered. Okay. All right, I see somebody answered. When you should know you have a pre-help, applying for medical school, very good. Okay, applying for medical school is very competitive. How can you make yourself stand out while applying? You got any suggestions on that?
Yeah, something we touched on those pre-med competencies, and I really encourage everyone to get familiar with them. So as you are picking what you're going to do as your experiences, as you're choosing your hobbies, your extracurriculars, like really think about how you can demonstrate those pre-med competencies, because a lot of schools are moving to this competency-based admissions to see to recruit and get well-rounded medical students. So be familiar with those, see that you're able to sort of like demonstrate teamwork, leadership, being able to collaborate, all of these skills that you'll need to have when you become a physician. The medical schools want to see how you've carried those things throughout your journey to getting there.
Mm-hmm. Madison, and by the way, Madison, I'll talk to you later. Everything is good if you know what I'm speaking of. Her question is, how do you manage time and balance it during the medical school application process? How tough that can be. She has a question about, do you have any tips on managing time?
Yeah, I don't have direct tips, but I'll give you all a piece of advice. So know, like guys have mentioned in your questions, the journey to becoming a physician there's a lot, right? There's a lot to do. There's a lot of exams. You're in classes, you're doing your extracurriculars, and think about all of those as the way that you're setting yourself up to get to your career to be a doctor. I think all of our physicians on here can share that, you're going to have to take a lot of tests. You're going to have to do a lot of studying when you're becoming a doctor. So all of these things that you're getting involved with and that you're doing as a pre-med, it's setting you up for your success of being a physician in your future career path. So try to keep that mind frame when you're approaching things, that what you're doing now is setting you up for the success of your future career that you want to do ultimately.
That is so important because to all of you, you have families, you have friends, you have all this extra. People ask you to do a favor, somebody needs to move and they want you to help. What it boils down to is just what she said. Getting into medical school and becoming a doctor is a lifetime achievement. And sometimes your family, friends, and others don't quite understand the commitment that you have to make for the next 12 or 13 years to become a doctor. Because you have 4 years of college, at least 4 years of medical school, and don't forget the end goal is residency, and you have 5 years of residency, and it may be even a little more depending on what specialty you go to for residency. So a lot of times, as we know, the families and friends don't always understand even the beginning of that process, even the studying for the MCAT while you're in, and studying or even for college. So it's a nice way to do it. Sometimes it's a tougher way to do it, but you just have to make those choices, and those choices help you grow, and those choices give you strength, and those choices also help you make critical decisions, and they're very, very important to learn to do that. I think we're going to do a workshop eventually on that critical decision making and how to manage time. It was really, as we all know, very difficult during COVID, and you guys already know that, because you only had one way to communicate for a lot of that was through Zoom, But it's a lot, but you can make it, you can do it, and you just got to sometimes understand how to say no in a nice way, or say, I can maybe do that next week, and put it back on your time frame, because you know what you're up against. Does that make sense? You guys want to chime in? Okay.
There's a
Does
couple
any-
people who have their hands raised. If you
Okay, okay. Yes, let's take, okay. Oh, yeah,
Beth-
here we go. Miran.
Bethel,
Oh, go on, go on.
Bethel has a question if you want to come off on camera.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Bethel. First, I want to say thank you for presenting for us today. I had a quick question. How do medical schools generally view students who start their education internationally, like the Caribbean, for example, and then they try to transfer back to the US for clinical rotations to increase getting matched to a residency program? Is it seen differently compared to the students who do medical school in the States?
You want to take that or you want me to take it?
Oh, yeah, I would just share for on our end, know the school. We always share that each school is different, right? So you would just need to see how whatever school you're interested in, how they handle that circumstance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what Bethel is getting at is they go to medical school, right, in the Caribbean or somewhere, right? And then they want to apply for residency in the United States. And they then find out that whatever their medical school is, something is missing and they can't get into residency programs. Is that somewhere where you were going, Bethel?
Yeah, that was kind of my question, and I was
Yeah,
wondering, like,
yeah.
is it smarter to like come back to the States to do the clinical, like the last 2 years of medical school, so that it increases your chances of getting into a residency program?
Uh, go on, you go first.
Oh no, I was gonna say I'm not familiar with the residency piece, so I
Okay.
wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Let me see what because I've heard this question before. The first thing, I mean, I don't know the full 100% accuracy on this, but it's best to do your medical school in the United States, okay? And because you want to go to residency in the United States. Now, if you are going out of the state, I don't know about 2 years out of medical school, 2 years in another country, and then 2 years maybe here. I'm not sure about that. But that's one of those decisions that you have to really make about becoming a doctor. If you can have a commitment to, a particular country, but if you really want to become a doctor and get through it and then go back and help people in a specific country, you really should look at that. Also, if you have medical schools that you're interested in the United States or residency programs, call them, contact them, and ask them about that. We were approached by students from Cuba, and this has been going on over and over and over. And they found problems getting in because their medical school didn't match up with the United States schools for residency. And that was the question that was going. Does that help you a little bit, Bethel? I think
Yes,
it's Bethel.
that was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, you really need to check that out before you go to medical school out of the country and then want to come back into the United States to do a residency program. Okay. Now, residents have done, and Dr. Strudwick was one of them. Residents have done residency in the United States, and some partnership or with a medical school or a residency program in another country, but their residency was at Howard, and I think he went to France he did both. But the medical school is so critical. I think you better really check that out before you decide to split that or go to medical school somewhere else and then want to do a residency program in the United States. There's a lot of that going on in California and other states, by the way, you guys.
Terrific.
And
we have another student who wants to come on camera to ask a question, if that's okay.
Okay. Hello?
Milan.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Milan. Nice to meet you all.
Hi.
I would like to know how would you create / set goals for yourself without getting overwhelmed in medical school?
How to create goals for yourself? And are you high school, did you say?
I know when you're in medical school.
When you're in medical school?
Yes.
Okay. how do you set goals for yourself and not become overwhelmed when you're in medical school? Again, I'm not sure, Candace or Nia, unless you got something to chime in, but you know, setting goals and the struggle between what you do personally and your family and all of that is sometimes got to take a second seat while you're in medical school. It's a decision. It's a metamorphosis decision. You got to process it through. But you got to understand that when you're in medical school, and you want to succeed. You don't want to not succeed. I mean, we know that there are people that have family members that get sick and so forth, but usually family members will understand. And always remember your end goal. That's one thing I want to tell you, that if your end goal is really to become a doctor, do you know what kind of doctor you want to be?
Yeah.
What would that be?
Oh, well, I'd like to be a neurologist.
Neurologist. Okay. Well, neurologist is a wonderful field. It's a powerful field. It's a demanding field. Okay. So your goal is neurology and MD and residency. Everything else. Oh, who else? Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. I'll let you speak just a second. Let me just tell her this. Your goal is to accomplish that. Okay. Now, Dr. Brooks, I think, wants to say something.
Yeah, she asked a question about setting goals as a medical student.
Right.
I believe as a medical student. What happens in medical school is usually because you have classmates, you and your classmates are involved in participating in study groups. And when I was in medical school, we had a large study group. They still do that at Albert Einstein College of Medicine. So the students work with each other and set goals, and they have a professor who guides them in those goals. So you're not completely on your own to figure out what to study and how to study. Almost every medical school now has gone to that model of student groups helping each other get through the medical school process. And so I just want to
chime that in.
Point that is the model now across the country, that the students are not completely lost in the process of what do I study next? How do I get ready for the next test? I had a study group for every class that I took. And I went to those study groups after class, and they give you time during your day to do that.
Milan, thank you. I was speaking. Thank you, Dr. Brooks. He was speaking specifically in terms of medical school. I was also speaking because we hear this so much about the personal demands. And that's where some of the students were having questions over and over. So much demand personally. Okay. And
we have another question. Someone would like to come off. Moran, would you like to ask your question?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Meron Zode. I want to thank you all for this opportunity. Before I start my question, I also want to introduce myself. I go to the University of Southern California, and they offer a PDP program where you can take your master's while you are an undergrad. And I was wondering, um, if that will like make you stand out or help you strengthen your application for medical school.
You mean if you have a master's degree?
Yeah.
Okay. Or an MPH. Okay. All right. You guys got any comments on that? On the MPHs? Okay. Okay. You know what? Why don't we do this? Hold that question and ask the next panelist. And if she doesn't, I think she has more answers to them because they are strictly trying to get you into medical school. Okay. And whether or not you go to an MPH, because there are MD, MPH programs as well. And I know you guys know about them. So that's again, a choice, depending on what you decide to choose. But let's take that question in the next panel. How about that? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. All right. Is there somebody else got their hand up?
No other
Okay.
hands are up, but there's quite a few questions in the chat.
Okay, let's see. Let me go right quick back to chat. I got caught up in that. Okay. Let's see. So shadowing, good morning. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. I got error. I'm interested in MCAT. Just take a gap here. Balance, virtual. How should you create goal setting? If you have pre-ops, I'm trying to see where they are. Okay, do certain specialties in the medical field have different requirements? You mean while you're in medical school or residency? That is, as a Catalina? Catalina?
Yeah, in medical school.
Okay, in medical school. Yes, they yeah, obviously they have, because they're different. I guess there's a baseline of courses, but then as you move towards your specialty, do certain specialties in medical fields have different requirements? Yes, yes, they do. Okay.
There was another question. There was another question that was earlier. Can we talk about our hobbies from high school in the hobbies and work section?
You mean in your medical school application, in your personal statement?
I believe that's where that was from.
Or you're talking about from college?
It says from high school. Can we talk about our hobbies from high school, and hobbies and work in the work section? And I'm presuming that's in the medical school application. So
yeah,
can we go back?
I can touch on. Yeah, so you can enter 15 entries. I would recommend focusing on what you did within your undergraduate career or the years leading up to medical school. Know that schools won't look at the quality of the experience over the quantity of them. So as long as you're including information that represents why you want to be a physician and its experiences that sort of like show that you are working on the path towards becoming a doctor, focus on those. And yeah, don't think about things too far in the past. So more recent to when you're applying is better.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit in terms of, while you're in college and you did, there's an Alliance for Healthcare Professions where part of it focuses on medical schools, or a lot of college students, well, some college students go to SNMA, to the pre or the LMSA conferences, and they pick up a lot of information. So the more you're in the network of medical professions, and particularly doctors or the related allied services, and the more current it really helps, I think. Does that make sense? Okay. All right.
So I think there's a question kind of related to this. It looks like someone played basketball in high school and college. Should they mention that in their medical school applications?
Well, look, when you say medical school application, you're talking about the personal statement, right? Is that correct? Is the person is asking that? Can they chime in?
Yes.
Okay. So look, there's going to be a next workshop is going to deal with personal statements. And then we have a lot of information on personal statements. But what I can tell you is this, is just what Candace said. When you're applying for medical school, your personal statement is critical. The most current and strongest activities or engagement is important, because that speaks to becoming a doctor. So if you did basketball and you want to go into dermatology, you need to line that up and make sure that but if you want to go into sports medicine, you want to be an orthopedic surgery, you may tie the basketball into that. And particularly if you did it in high school or in college, especially. In high school, you may mention it a little bit, but what did you do over the 4 years or 5 years before you applied for medical school? And so your personal statement is your shot. Is your shot to tell who you are and what you've been doing and why you want to be a doctor. And that's really important. So you got to tie it in together. I don't know. Maybe you guys have something else to chime. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so Safala addressed sort of your personal statement, but as you know, you do have that work and activities section of your application where you can list your activities that you took part in. And again, I want to encourage you to tie it back to those pre-med competencies when you're listing your activities in there, right? So for example, our student that asked about being involved in basketball, that is something that's perfectly fine to include in your work and activities, but you'll have to write a description about it, right? So in your description, think about how you can tie that into demonstrating those pre-med competencies. You can show that you show dedication to showing up to practice. Did you receive awards from participating in basketball? You learn about teamwork. You learn about being resilient from losing and, still being able to push through. So as long as you're able to demonstrate that the activity is exhibiting those competencies for a successful medical student, then I think it's perfectly fine for you to include it. But just keep that in mind that you want to show like how it's demonstrating that you're going to be a successful medical student.
And by demonstrating, she means, like she said, one of the things that you learned is teamwork, and you learn how to manage all kinds of emotions that you have, or I don't know, that how you dealt with other people, but you don't want to necessarily dwell on basketball, okay? Itself, okay? So, because I see that in applications that come through, and they're looking for, they want to make sure you succeed. That's what I guess I'm trying to say. And are you strong enough in terms of, as you develop and progress, are you really going to succeed and become a doctor? I mean, after all, medical schools want you to make it in their programs. They don't want you to not make it. So, but it's tough. Yes.
We have
It
another
doesn't hurt
question
if you
in the
got
chat.
game.
Wait a minute, just a minute. What did he say?
It doesn't hurt if you've got game.
Oh, that's a joke, you guys. Al always has a joke. Okay.
We have another question. We have quite
I
a few more
played college
questions in the chat.
basketball, but I didn't put it on my application.
Yeah, you don't.
But when I got into medical school, they made sure I was on the school basketball, medical school basketball team.
Yeah, like Candace said, you could mention it as one of your hobbies that help you, that invigorate you, or something like that.
Yeah.
But
I see a question in the chat. Someone said, would going to college first and then after 3 to 4 years go to medical school? That it's kind of telling my story. I became a biology teacher in the South Bronx before I went to medical school. And I think it did help my applications because I applied to probably 10 medical schools and I got into 5. And I think that in my background came up during my interviews. They asked about what was it like being a biology teacher, and so it did help. And it doesn't hurt if you've had another career, because there isn't not a rule that they don't you must be fresh out of college.
right.
And you should realize that you can leverage whatever you've done in life and put that as a life experience, and it helps when they're comparing you to other applicants to medical school.
Okay, did that answer the person's question? Is that okay? Okay. Tracy, you were going to give us another person or something?
Yes. Can students with 0 research experience get into medical school?
You want to take
Sure.
that, or? Okay.
Yeah, the short answer is yes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So know
Good
that
research.
just from our end, so know that some schools do have some medical schools may have experiences that they want you to have, like they may want to see you like have some sort of clinical experience or something along those lines. But again, that's medical school specific. So just look at the schools that you're interested in applying to. And research experience is not required of all medical schools to gain admissions.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's a big question that constantly comes up, everyone, is what about research? And, like she said, it depends on your medical school, but it is, in some medical schools, it's very desirable. And in others, depending on what kind of doctor you want to be, it may not be as highly rated. I mean, it can't hurt. I think that's the key. Okay. If it's good research, it's really research. Okay. Is there any more questions in here?
Yeah, there's another question that kind of goes back to high school. What if you've been doing a shadowing program, for example, since your high school senior year? Would that still help while applying to medical school?
What kind of shadowing program? Whoever's asking.
Hi, sorry, yeah, that was my question.
Mhm.
I want to say thank you also to the presenters and for answering all of these questions. Basically, I recently this year got into this program that only ties in for seniors in my school, which helps us go to like we gain shadowing experience basically. But I was wondering if there's a way for me to like if I still continue to do that shadowing program, would that help when I'm applying to medical school and like, I don't know, like the activity section or the personal statement, basically.
Yeah, I can just give you a sort of logistics response from the AMCAS application. So the application does allow you to enter an experience and enter repeat dates for that experience. So with your circumstance, if you start now and you continue it through multiple years, you can enter it in the application in that capacity. But I'll defer to Stefala for sort of like whether or not it's a good thing to continue.
Yeah. Okay. I caught the ball. So you need to diversify your experience. So shadowing, as I said earlier, is somewhat passive. So if you are engaged into an interactive experience, that speaks to even more your decision making, your teamwork. But shadowing is watching for the most part. So whereas if you are interacting, let's say hypothetically you were an EMT, that EMT is actually doing stuff. And so if there was a person that was shadowing versus, I'm just hypothetically saying an EMT, and you weigh the difference, it's quite a bit of a difference. So diversify your experiences, diversify so that some may be passive, but make sure you have some interactive activities in there so that you could demonstrate the full breadth of who you are. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so if you already got 5 years of it, you may want to pick up something else. You know what I'm saying? Okay, all right.
The next question goes back to the preview exam. It's a pretty specific question. One of the schools that I'm applying to required me to take the preview exam. Is that score sent to just the school that requires it or to all the schools that you apply to?
You're talking about the medical school, right? The person who asked that, they are talking about the medical school, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so before I answer, just want to clarify the preview exam has a list of participating schools, which you can find on our website, but there are a couple of levels of participating. So you may be talking about a school that requires the preview exam, for example, but there are also lists of schools who are recommending or exploring the preview exam for future use. Your scores will be sent to all of the schools that are participating in the preview program in some level. So if it is one of those schools, then those scores will be sent to those schools automatically, like your MCAT exam would be sent out.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. All right. I think unless there's another burning question that really focuses with the AAMC, does anybody have something that focuses specifically that they can answer? Okay, Leilani. No. Yes.
Hi, good morning. I just typed this in the chat. I was wondering how the dual degree program, the applications for the dual degree programs differ from that of a regular medical degree program. So essentially I'm asking if there's a separate portal or something for somebody who wants to pursue an MD, PhD, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're applying to an MD PhD program, you'll fill out the AMCAS application. So the same application as if you're applying to an MD program. In the application, you'll designate that that you want to apply to an MD PhD program at the schools that offer them. And then the additional component is that you will have 2 additional essays to write as part of being an MD PhD candidate. One, you're going to write about why you want to pursue an MD PhD program. And then you also have to write about your research experience that you have, and you will also have to enter your hours of research in. But it's the same portal as the MD program. It's the AMCAS application.
Thank you.
Okay, let me chime in. That's very good. So you guys understand, by the way, Leilani, you see there's an MD PhD program at UC Berkeley. Did you know that? MD PhD is run through UCSF.
No.
So yeah, ask me tomorrow, okay? Ask me about it tomorrow. So there is a program so that's a question the person that was asking about research, where you do need research experience, because the PhD is about requires research. So if you're applying for dual programs like that, so they want to be a doctor, but they also want to do research. Okay, let's give a big round of applause for our panel, Naya and Candace, and thank them so much for just taking their time. They're in Washington, D.C., you guys. So understand that's where the AAMC headquarters is, and we just thank you for participating, sharing all this valuable information. Okay?
Thank you
All right,
for
Thank you for
having
having
us.
us.
Good luck,
Thank you.
everyone.
And have a great weekend. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Everyone.
Okay, everybody just kind of hold on while they leave. Let's see, we want to take a break maybe now, if you guys want to do that. And a lot of the questions that you asked about requirements and research and what to take from the MCAT, the Princeton Review will be able to help you with that, okay? So they start at 11 o'clock. So let's take a little break and come back, okay? Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm delighted with the previous workshop, and I hope that was helpful information to all of you. So now we're in our second workshop, and then we have one more to follow and some more review. So the second workshop is with Princeton Review, and Colleen McGuire is the National Undergrad Partnership Team Manager for Princeton Review. This is how we're going to do this, because it's a mixed group of all of you. What we're going to do is do the MCAT section first, because everybody is interested in MCAT, okay? And she has such valuable information to tell you. And so we'll do half of the time with the MCAT part, and then for those of you who have already completed high school, you can take a break, and the high school students can stay on and listen to what she has to say about the ASAT and the ACT. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, and then everybody needs to come back, say about 5 or 10 minutes to 1, and we'll do our last workshop. Okay, and the last workshop will also have, again, overview for tomorrow's in-person session. Carol and Tracy, anything you guys want to add?
No, I think we're
No,
good.
I think.
Okay. All right. So moving forward,
There is a question. Brandy Bell has a question.
can she hold it? Is it urgent?
I just wanted to clarify the time that you said for the folks who are
To
not
come
in high
back?
school anymore to come back. Yeah.
About say 5 or 10 minutes to 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, about 5, 10 minutes to 1. So we can start right at 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. Okay. Is that
And
good, everybody?
I'll know make sure the break is known between like the high school and grad side.
Yeah. So you can just log off because you already did high school. Okay. Is everybody clear? Okay. All right. So with that said, Colleen McGuire from Princeton Review, welcome, and to Doctors on Board 2025. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Hopefully you guys can all see my screen okay. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So my name is Colleen McGuire. I have been with the Princeton Review for 8 years now. So I have helped lots of grad students, lots of high school students in my time. I am based in Reno, Nevada, so not too far from California. I started with the Princeton Review in Colorado, moved back to Nevada, and now live in Nevada. So today we'll start with MCAT and MCAT strategy sessions and some facts about the MCAT and how to get a better score on the MCAT and just some overall good information as you get ready to take your MCAT. Something that I like to start with is saying this fun fact that we've done is 90% of students improve their MCAT score when they took the test for a second time. So if you think about that for a second, 90%, and this is from a survey of students who matriculated into medical school. We took this from AAMC's data. This is a group of students who was serious about medical school, right? They knew that they needed a high score to get in. So 90% of students, 9 out of 10 students, improve their score when taking it for a second time. Now, taking it for a second time is not my goal, right? My goal for you is to take it once and get the high score you need. So by doing the prep work ahead of taking the MCAT, hopefully you avoid having to take it for the second time, but you're still getting that high score because you're doing the practice test ahead of taking it for the first time. So today we're going to talk about 3 big ideas when it comes to the MCAT. Why is the MCAT so crucial, right? I'm sure you guys have heard numerous times, you have to take the MCAT. You have to get a good score. It's an important part of your application. We're going to talk about that and why it's so crucial. We're going to talk about the anatomy of the MCAT, right? How is the MCAT made up? How does it function together as a whole? What do the sections look like? What does the scoring look like? So you have an understanding. And then finally, we'll talk with improving your scores. And I will always make sure to answer any questions that you guys have at any time. Also happy to share my email address. So if you guys have questions that you think of after this, as you get closer to your MCAT, you can always reach out to me and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. So our first big idea is, why is the MCAT crucial, right? Why is it important? I know you've been thinking about, yes, I have to do the MCAT. It's going to get me into med school, right? It's a necessary evil of getting me into this next goal in life, right? Which is, for most of you, I'm assuming, med school. So we're going to talk about why it's so crucial. So first things first, let's talk about the basics, right? Let's take a step back. The MCAT stands for the Medical College Admission Test, right? In other words, this is a test that is made for you to get into med school. It is not used for anything else other than med school admissions, right? The MCAT is administered by the American Association, or the Association of American Medical Colleges. Everyone knows them as AAMC, right? Stands for the Association of American Medical Colleges. This is not a test built and developed by some separate entity for medical schools. The MCAT is created by medical schools for medical schools. It is not a general test that works for a bunch of graduate programs like the GRE does, right? It is only for med schools themselves. It's built by the med schools. It's administered by the AAMC, which is like the governing body of med schools, right? That's why they know it is such an important aspect of their applications. The med school is required at every medical school in the US and Canada. This goes for MD and DO programs. So if any of you are considering a DO program, you will still have to take the MCAT. There is no such thing as a test optional med school, right? You must take the MCAT for every medical school in the US and Canada. The other thing about the MCAT is not a test that you can just decide to take one day, right? It's not even offered every day. It's not even offered every month, right? The MCAT is only offered on select dates throughout the year. You can't decide the best time for you to take the MCAT unless you do the proper planning and preparation, right? To really figure out, when am I going to have the time to set aside to prep, right? To focus on that time management. So that way I can focus on my prep and then sign up for the test date that fits right there, right? You can't, I know a lot of students are like, I want to take it between Christmas and New Year's when I don't have a lot going on. You can't, right? There's not a test offered then. So you need to know when each test is offered so you can plan accordingly. You can only register for one date at a time. right? So I know a lot of students are like, oh, I'm going to sign up for the January one, and I'm also going to sign up for the March one just in case I'm not like ready. You can only sign up for one date at a time. So the AAMC restricts how many tests you can register for, and even when you can register, right? So they're going to set deadlines on this is when you can register for each of the individual test dates. There's also so there's a 60-day, 30-day, and 10-day deadline. The test costs $325. So you have to plan accordingly to make sure, like, if I'm going to pay this $325, I'm going to be ready for test day, right? If you do need to cancel or you do need to move your test date, depending on which deadline you are at, that 60, 30, or 10-day will depend on how much money you get refunded or if you're able to move to another test date. Also, registering early is key. Because you live, most of you, I'm assuming, are in a heavily populated area, in a bigger city, those test dates fill up quickly, especially the popular ones, right? If you think about January, right after that winter break, you think about March, it's a good spring one before applications open at the end of May. Those test dates fill up quickly. So registering early is going to be crucial in making sure you can secure your seat for the MCAT test date that you desire. Now, the medical admissions or the medical college admissions test, like the MCAT, is a standardized multiple choice exam, right? And I know most of you are probably thinking, I hate standardized tests. And I would be right there with you, right? I remember being in high school. I remember being in middle school and even elementary school when you had to take those standardized exams. They're tough, right? The thing I want you to remember, though, there are strategies, there are solutions, there are things that you can do to really master the MCAT and get that score you're looking for. The MCAT is going to require 3 different things: problem solving, critical thinking, and knowledge. So just having knowledge, right? You can be like, I've been a straight A science student. I know all the sciences. I've focused on everything. Just having the knowledge is not going to be enough. You must have the problem solving and critical thinking skills to do really well. Now, before you even think about taking the MCAT, there are some prerequisite courses that you should have taken, and these are college-based courses. So you should have a year of biology, a year of physics, a year of general chemistry, and a year of organic chemistry. You should also have a semester's worth or a half year worth if you're on the quarter system, biochemistry, psychology, and sociology, because these are all of the sciences that are going to be tested on the MCAT. So before you even consider signing up, make sure you've done these prereq courses. I get a lot of students that ask, I'm just going to try. I'm telling you, you're going to struggle more than if you will just wait until you're actually ready to prep and prepare for the MCAT. So what do the MCAT sections look like? So there's going to be 4 sections. And you might see, like, okay, you told me I needed biology. There's not just a biology section on the MCAT. All of the MCAT sections combine together multiple different areas of science. So you're going to have the chemical and physical foundations of biological systems. Yes, there will be biology in here, but there's also going to be chemistry, organic chemistry, physics thrown into this section. Then you're going to have the critical analysis and reasoning skills. Most people refer to this section as CARS, C-A-R-S. This section students tend to struggle with a little bit more because it's not a science-based section. It is a reading comprehension-based section. So that's the CARS section. Then you're going to have biological and biochemical foundations of living systems, and then psychological, social, and biological foundations of behavior. So that's going to be your psych-soc section. Each section, you can get a score of 118 to 132. A mean score is about 125, which is right about that middle of that scoring range. Your composite score is just the addition of all 4 section scores. So your composite score will be somewhere between a 472 and a 528, with a 500 being right there in the middle. A 500, though, is not going to get you in at probably most US-based medical schools. So to prove my point, we talk about this. So in the last admission cycle, there were 1,193,908 medical school applications, so unique applications for the application cycle. That was for 77,896 applicants. So each applicant is submitting about 17 to 18 applications, right? So they're applying to about 17 to 18 schools. From those 77 applicants, only 30,992 matriculated into med school. And this is for US and for DO and MD programs. So only about 40% of students that are applying to medical school are getting in. And one of those things that's preventing them from getting in is not having a good MCAT score, because a lot of schools do what's called the preliminary screening. So we work with, at Princeton Review, we have Dr. Anita Pascal, who's our expert in med admissions. She served on the board of admissions of medical schools. She works with current students, helping them get into medical school. She gave us this insider information. Medical schools are going to sort students first through GPA and MCAT score. Most medical schools are getting between 10,000 and 17,000 applications. That's a lot of applications, and they just don't have enough time to go through all of those applications. So they need to quickly sort students out that don't meet that minimum threshold. So they're going to set a GPA and MCAT score and say, if you don't meet these, we're not even going to look at the rest of your application. So having a good MCAT score is that first step in getting through that medical school admissions process. So what are the numbers, right? What is a good score? What's going to help me get through that first step? What's going to help me get in? So we can see here, so you can see the average for applicants was a 506. Those who actually matriculated was about a 511.9. A lot of schools will set that threshold at a 510, right? A 510 is what they want to see. Now, for more competitive schools, they're going to want to see even higher than that. And a 510 is not necessarily going to just automatically get you in, right? But it is going to help you get past that preliminary screening. GPA, so mean GPA for applicants was a 3.62, and for matriculants was a 3.75. So, and this is just for MD programs. DO programs is different numbers, but MD is going to be the most popular, as most of you know, so I provide those numbers here. So what is the difference, right? So a 5-point MCAT score from those who applied to those who matriculated. 5 points. That means every point higher that you can get on the MCAT is important. GPA difference is only about a 0.13 from applicants versus matriculants, but you can see here, those are really competitive numbers. And then the difference of those who matriculated versus those who didn't. So 22,712 matriculated to med school, 32,476 did not. So to illustrate the score you need on the MCAT, we look at this score percentile chart. And so this is a chart of percentiles for overall scores on the MCAT. And this is taken straight from AAMC's website, right? It's not something Princeton Review came up with. We took this directly from the source. So a percentile, for those of you who don't know, reflects the percent of test takers who got below that score. So if you're in, say, the 75th percentile, you scored better than 75% of test takers. With that in mind, I want you to look at the final column of scores. The average MCAT score for matriculants was about a 512, right? So everything in that right-hand column is where you're going to want to be, right? So that's in the 86th percentile and higher. We at the Princeton Review know, right, exactly how important getting a high score is. It's why our experts came up with our MCAT 515 plus guarantee course, right? We've worked with so many students on their MCAT prep. We know that high score that they're looking for. So we know, right, here's the 4 sections that you're going to see on the MCAT. Like I mentioned earlier, you're not just going to see a biology section or a chemistry section, right? You have to remember that just having one area of science knowledge is not going to help you ace your MCAT. We also know that you're going to need a little bit more than just that knowledge, right? Just the knowledge isn't enough, right? So yes, knowledge of scientific concepts and principles will help. You also need to have scientific reasoning and problem solving, reasoning about the design and execution of research, and data-based and statistical reasoning. There is not a math-based section, right? There's not going to be one section overall that's just testing on math, but there is going to be some questions that you have to have that statistical reasoning and a little bit of those math skills in order to get the question correct. So when you go to an MCAT testing center, these are just a couple of reminders, right? Arrive early. There is going to be security, right? They're going to make sure that there's nothing written on your hands. They're going to make you pull up your sleeves, right? They're going to make you empty your pockets. You're going to put everything you have into like a locker cubby. So when you go into test centers, basically you and the MCAT board, it's like they're wet erase sheets that you use as scratch paper. They're going to hand you that and a wet erase marker and take you in. And you're not going to have anything else at your little cubicle that has your computer all set up. So make sure you arrive early and account for that. It is going to be a long test day. So MCAT testing day at total seated time is 7.5 hours, right? Total content time is 6 hours and 15 minutes. This is not a test that you just wake up and take one day. You have to provide your brain some endurance. You have to get ready for the MCAT. I compare it to running for a marathon. I am not just going to wake up one day and run 26.2 miles without some sort of preparation. The same thing you should think about with the MCAT. You're not just going to wake up one day and take a 6.5 hour long test. You'll see on here that the breaks say optional. If you take away one thing that I mentioned today about the MCAT, your breaks should not be optional. You need those. You need those to help you push through that afternoon area, right? Use those breaks to your advantage to give your brain a rest. I know it is tempting to be like, I can just push through. I can just keep going. I can get through with this sooner. You're going to crash, right? The MCAT requires a lot of brain activity and a lot of brain endurance. So take those breaks, right? That 10-minute break at the beginning, right after that first section, go to the bathroom, get a drink of water. Just take a deep breath. That 30-minute lunch break. I know sometimes if you're anything like me, it's tough to eat when you're stressed. Give yourself something. Your body needs it, right? Even if it's just some sort of snack, right? Give yourself something during that lunch break so you don't crash and start to struggle in that afternoon section. Those breaks are really helpful in really making sure that you can make it through the full day and get a high score. So your MCAT score reporting, after you get the test, you do have there's like a void question. You get 3 minutes to decide if you want to void your score. Unless you absolutely like think you bombed it, like you passed out during one whole section or you just skipped one whole section, don't be too hard on yourself, right? A lot of students are like, they think they did worse than they actually did. If you can only void scores on test day, scores can't be reinstated, and voided scores still do count as an attempt and you do not get a refund. If you don't void your scores, your official score report will be available 30 to 35 days after your test date, and you'll access that through your AAMC account. Your MCAT score will automatically go into your AAMC profile and your AMCAS system, so that way you have everything in there. So what is it going to look like when you take the MCAT? Here's what's going to look like. You're going to have passage on your left, question on your right. There are some tools that you can use to your advantage. You do have a highlight and a strike through. So if you're using process of elimination, that strike through is really important. If you're reading through a passage and you want to highlight key things, you can use that highlight tool as well. You also at the bottom will be able to navigate between questions. So you can click that navigation. It will pop up any one section. You can't skip between sections, right? During the timing, you must stay in one section. So once you finish a section, you can't go back. And once you go forward, you can't go back to that section either. But you can navigate anywhere within a section. You can always flag questions for review. So if you come across a question that's really challenging, right? Flag it for review and come back to it. You also do get a periodic table of elements to use on test day if that would be helpful to you on any of the questions. So how are you going to improve your scores? Yes, the MCAT is a test of scientific knowledge, but you will only succeed on the MCAT if you deploy that knowledge strategically. So I want to provide you with some general test-taking strategies. The first one is time management. The MCAT is a full-day test. Time really matters, and that includes pacing yourself. The MCAT is designed to make you run out of time. You have about if you break it down on how much time per question, you have about 1.5 minutes per question on the MCAT. Obviously, if you can answer a question quicker, you're going to get more time back to use on other questions, right? But if you're really taking a ton of time to answer one question or read one passage, remember you're going to have less time on other questions and be rushed. In addition to pacing, the other element is that endurance, right? Not only is it just getting through that first 90-minute section, but it's getting through every section after that. We use the strategy, and it's probably one of our favorite strategies at the Princeton Review. We teach it to our high school students. We teach it to our college students, right? Personal order of difficulty. There is going to be some types of questions that you're better at than others. When you take your practice tests and you're doing your drills and you're doing your prep, you're going to learn which questions you are more likely to succeed on, right? Try to do those first. If you come a question that throughout your entire prep you struggled with over and over and over again, okay, flag it for review. Come back to it. Don't waste valuable time on questions that you're likely to get incorrect anyways. Spend that valuable time on questions that you're likely to get correct, right? And then go back to those tougher questions. Also, answering open-ended questions is really, really difficult. The MCAT is a multiple choice test, so you can use process of elimination. So if you read a question and you're like, I have no idea what the answer would even be, look at the multiple choice answers and use that process of elimination. So here's some other things, right? So when you're doing process elimination, you can use that strike through tool that I mentioned. You have that wet erase scratch paper, jot down notes, right? Never, ever, ever, ever leave a question blank. Whether you mark a question wrong or leave it blank, it is weighted the same. So always make sure you put at least something, right? Always, always make a guess. The practice tests are going to help you build stamina, right? Use the scratch pad to your example or to your advantage, right? For example, was what I was trying to say next. My brain was skipping ahead of me. For example, you can write down passage number, general topics. So that way, when you get to, okay, so passage 1, I know is about thermodynamics and it's for questions 1 through 5. So that way you have that written down so you can quickly click through questions 1 through 5. You can also skim and rank questions, right? And attack those questions that you're likely to get correct first, right? So we talk about ranking now, later, kill, right? Killer questions are questions that you're like, I don't think I'm ever going to get to the correct answer no matter what I do. You're likely going to end up guessing on those. Do those last. Now, later, like later are those, okay, it's hard, but I think I could get myself there if I have the time, right? You can also rank passages by skimming the first 2 to 3 sentences and seeing like, is this something I'm going to really connect with? Or do I want to do this passage last? You can make that order. You can do that previewing to really use that as your advantage. Now, I mentioned that the section that students struggle on the most is the CAR section because it is a reading comprehension section, right? The MCAT's going to throw more information at you than you need to answer the questions, right? It is designed to distract and confuse you. I want to make sure the MCAT doesn't do that to you. So we're going to use this passage as an example. Which of the following would provide the strongest support for the heritability of schizophrenia? Okay, we don't need to know anything about schizophrenia, right? Like, we just need to know about the heritability of schizophrenia, right? So let's look at the multiple choice answers and see. Right? Find which answer choice describes a strong support for heritability. Now, I'm not going to make you guys go through this, right? No time for that today. I want to get to your questions. But if you look through these, right, you have to look for something that shows a relationship that would give the determination about heritability, right? So we need a test and we need a control, right? I'm not going to do a whole science lecture, but you need a test, you need a control. You looked at both nose. We didn't need to look at the passage. I didn't even give you the passage for this CARS passage question. I didn't need to give you any sort of information, right, that the MCAT is going to give you to confuse you to answer this question. Some of it is just that knowledge. Now, what types of things can you do to get ready? take a practice test, right? We also have a med school management tool. We have self-prep. We have courses. We have tutors. We have lots of things available to you. I am happy to help you with whatever you need, right? We have lots of free resources. I know a lot of students are worried, like, I don't know how I'm going to afford MCAT prep or pay for something. Reach out to me. Let me help you create a plan. So that way, maybe we need some free resources first. Maybe we need a discount, right? Just reach out to me and I'm happy to help. But before we dive into the high school section, I want to answer questions now about MCAT, and then we'll move forward.
Oh, great, great. Thank you. Thank you. That was amazing. Okay, let's hear some of the questions. Let's see what's in the chat. Okay. What would you say is the lowest GPA you still I guess you can have before applying to medical school without doing a post-bac first?
It's going to depend on the schools you're applying to. I wish there was a one number fits all. When we looked at those averages of like 3.62 is the average of those who apply, 3.7 is excuse me, is those who actually matriculate. It's tough to it depends on the schools you're applying to. We recommend for the students that work with us for like med admissions, 3.5 is kind of like the where we are recommending. If you're below that, maybe considering a post-bac.
Okay, all right, that's good. Okay, and the next question is, what if my GPA is lower than 3.6? A score or a high number on the average? I don't understand this question. Let me go to the next one.
Maybe I'm thinking,
okay, go on.
A high MCAT score boost a lower GPA? Yes.
Right.
Yes, if that was where the question, yes. So we talk about that all the time. A higher MCAT score can boost that lower GPA, but even the best of the best GPAs will not boost a low MCAT score.
Okay, Anissa, does that answer your question, I think?
I hope.
Anissa? Okay, she's not answering. Okay.
Yes, that answers.
Okay, yeah, you guys chime in a little quicker, okay? Okay, what do you mean by voiding our scores?
So if you get your like little preview and you're like, I don't want this score to be out in the world, right? I don't want anyone to see this. I don't want any school to ever know about it. You can void it and it will basically delete the score. No one will ever see it, right? It won't ever be on any report like to show. It will count as an attempt, but the score won't ever be there for anyone to see.
Okay, and as a follow-up to this, how do medical school admissions view multiple MCAT attempts?
Most schools are going to just look at your highest score. What they do want to see is that you have an upward trajectory, right? So that say you took the MCAT twice. You got a 505 the first time. They want to see that you got higher than that the second time. What they don't want to see is you got a 505 and then the second time you got a 490, right?
Yeah.
They want to see that upward trajectory. And when they're looking for admissions, they're going to look at that highest score.
When you say college classes, do you mean AP classes or high school classes count?
So if your college class, if your AP, when we talk about MCAT prerequisites, we're talking about college-based classes, right? That first year of biology. Now, if you took AP biology and that AP credit counted towards one semester of biology, you would only need then one more biology class, right? So a year of biology would basically be 2 biology classes. But if you took AP bio and that got you 1 credit for your like first semester biology, that's fine.
Okay. Gabby, did you get that, Gabby? Okay. All right. So what timeline would you recommend for content review and practice questions? Should more time be spent on one or the other?
Depends on what your starting score is. So when you take a practice test, if depending on, okay, are you scoring a 498? Are you scoring a 510, right? And what is your goal score? right? Depending on how much you need to boost your score is going to depend on your prep strategy. So some students who are looking for a more significant score improvement are probably going to need a little bit more time on strategy, overall knowledge, exam prep, etc. Whereas maybe you're just trying to get a couple points, your strategy is going to be a little bit different. We tell students to start looking at their prep about 6 months prior to when they want to take their MCAT. Now, I'm not saying you have to start prep 6 months prior, but you should start planning out what your prep is going to look like. So taking that practice test and then determining, do I need an MCAT book? Do I need a self-paced course? Do I need a instructor-led course? What does that look like?
Okay. By the way, that is super, super important, planning out, because it helps you not miss things and it helps you not be late. And so it's very, very important. We noticed that even with this program, people didn't read their emails or whatever, and then they missed out on something. So it really helps to kind of stay in touch with the process that you're dealing with and to plan it out. Okay, it's very, very important. Okay, what is the difference between MCAT and the USMLE?
So MCAT is the medical college admissions test. That's what you're going to take to get into med school. USMLE is what you're going to take after med school to become like a licensed physician. So that's going to be like your licensing exam. MCAT's going to get you into med school.
Okay. What MCAT score would I need to maintain for, oh Lord, for a Texas medical school? Really? Okay, so wait a minute. Would you speak to diversifying your application process for medical school? Because I think she's thinking of Texas, but why that's important if you have 17 schools that you're applying to. And to say, like in California, we have all the medical schools, but you only apply for medical schools in California. Okay. What is important to diversifying your applications? Okay.
Yeah. So you can obviously have your top school, right? Like I have a dream school. Like if I could get in anywhere, I would get in here, right? You can have that school. I'm not telling you not to, right? But diversifying is going to be important because you can't just choose one school, right? You have to make other plans, and you can't just focus your entire application on that one school. You have to make an application that's going to be utilized for all of your applications. And I would love to tell you, yeah, if you get a 515, that's going to help you get into, University of Texas at Austin. But I don't know, right? It's not just a MCAT score is not the only thing that's going to get you into med school. You have to have a well-rounded application that's what's going to get you into medical school, not just a good MCAT score.
Question. Will the MCAT, this is really a great question. Will the MCAT criteria possibly change over time?
I can't say no. I don't. Look, I've worked at the Princeton Review for 8 years now, and I've worked with all of the different test types, right? I've worked GRE, LSAT, MCAT. And at the beginning, you would have liked to say, no, nothing will ever change, right? No, they'll stay the same forever.
And then
I have learned that is not the case, and they will throw you a crazy scenario at any time, and anything could change. Do I expect it to? Probably not. The MCAT is one of those tests that's remained pretty consistent. In my 8 years here, it has remained pretty consistent and pretty, like, the timings remain the same, the scorings remain the same. But could it change? It could. Anything could happen.
Yes, okay, that's really true. Yeah, COVID was one. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Right. Well, medical schools have a negative opinion. I think I answered it on multiple MCAT scores. Okay. For medical school applications, are they going to be looking at a weighted or unweighted GPA? I think that's for college, isn't it?
Colleges will just have one GPA. Unlike high school will have weighted and unweighted. Colleges just have one general GPA.
Anissa, I don't know. Do you know anything about the bar? Is the MCAT harder than the bar test?
The bar for like becoming an attorney?
Yeah, yeah, that's what she
Okay,
said.
well, that's a very interesting question because they're two
Yeah.
very different. And you,
Right.
they're two different tests for two very different things.
Yeah. It's
To
different
take
process.
to take the bar, other than in California, which you don't have, but for any other state's bar, you have to go to law school, which is what trains like students to become attorneys. The bar exam is tough. There's not a good comparison. Like my husband
Right.
took the bar, my husband passed the bar, but he also went to 3 years of law school, right? So like,
it's
but
different.
If
he
I could
wouldn't take
offer
the
some
MCAT because he
suggestions.
doesn't have science knowledge. So they're just different tests.
A different test. Yes. Yeah.
If I could offer some suggestions, this is Tracy. Hi. The bar exam is to become a lawyer. So the equivalent to the MCAT would be more like the LSAT. The LSAT
Yes.
is the law school admissions test. So for the bar exam, that's more like I don't even know what
The
they call them.
USMLE, I guess.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
But
probably.
Similar, right? Like that licensure
Right.
exam.
No, it's like it's similar to the MCAT. The bar exam is like she said, like taking the MCAT. Yeah. But
no, the
No.
LSAT is like taking.
I mean LSAT.
Yes.
I'm sorry, LSAT. I'm sorry, but that's two different tracks. Anissa.
Yeah.
It's way different. So apples and oranges, or apples and something, cherries. We can talk about that later. Are you thinking, if you're probably thinking of whether you want to be a lawyer or a doctor? I'm assuming that's the reason for that question, Anissa. Okay.
We can have a separate conversation later
About
that.
yes, right. And then you could Princeton Review. Do they have something for lawyers?
Yeah, we do LSAT prep. We do GRE prep.
So
So
you can
yes, I
check
can.
with them.
That's why I was like, I could speak to both, but they're just different.
Yeah. Let's see. Did I miss any other questions? Okay. I'm trying to say, a physical exam required. Is a physical requirement to be accepted in medical school? For example, if you have tattoos. That's okay. Let me answer that one.
Okay.
So that's the individual's choice, okay, if they want to have tattoos, okay? And we used to do a workshop on when you get ready for, if you have an interview that's in person, how you should appear and so forth, and yet not, lose yourself, but remember you have a goal in mind. And that's all we're going to say on that one. How about that? Okay. Okay. One of the things, I don't see any more questions if I missed anything. One of the things that I think it's important that Colleen stressed is the importance of reading. Reading. Whether it's a book, a knowledge, it is your emails, anything. Reading is the baseline for good testing, because the more you read and the more complex that material is, especially with these standardized testing, the more you can figure it out. So there's nothing more important than reading. So please remember that, and just kind of focus on that. So I really want to get that out because it's important. And then the other thing is, reading will also help you not to miss deadlines and help you a little bit better with your time management. And that's reading in your world. That's not just, that's the whole gamut of reading. It's the basis for all of this. Okay. All right. Any more questions? Okay. On the MCAT? All right. If that is what we want to do for the MCAT, we want to thank Colleen, all of us who are medical school, or at least in college, or gap years, or about to apply for medical school, or applying. Thank you, Colleen. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay. And then those of you who are for high school, please stay on, because this will be very helpful for you to take the SAT, ACT. And then the MCAT, guys, you guys come back. Why don't you come back about, because I see some of you are ducking in and out. Please don't do that, okay? Some people have ducked in 2 or 3 times and they come back late. Please come back on time, okay? So let's have everybody try to come back at 12:50, Those of you who are leaving, and then when we release the ones that are taking the SAT, ACT information, you guys, everybody comes back around 12:50. Okay? All right. All right. Thank you, Colleen. And now we can move to the next group.
Okay.
SAT, ACT, or both.
Okay. So we'll talk about both, right? Like let's talk about SAT,
Right.
ACT. For those of you that are in high school getting ready to apply to college, you've probably heard a lot about SAT, ACT. Which one should you take? Which one should you focus on? Can you take both? Can you take either? So we're going to talk about some truths and misconceptions, some similarities and differences because they are the same, used for the same thing, but there are some differences. And then again, we'll talk about improving your scores. So let's talk about truths and misconceptions about these two tests. The SAT and ACT may be different exams with slightly different formats and content, but they ultimately serve the exact same purpose. They are college admissions exams, right? The scores that you receive on these tests are just one tool out of many that colleges will use to evaluate your candidacy for admissions. The same thing as we were just talking about with MCAT, right? Yes, it is going to be helpful in getting you in, but it is not the only thing. In some instances, some admissions departments may initially use SAT or ACT scores with your GPA to filter through students. The same thing we were talking about with med schools. Some schools don't. It really does depend. Because in today's day and age, we hear so much about test required, test free, test optional. What does that mean? Like, should I take these tests? What does any of that mean? So we write a book called The Best 390 Colleges. It's written by our editor-in-chief, Rob Franick, and it has a lot of great information. And we survey colleges across the country to get this information. So from talking to the college admissions offices, we found that 7% of the 390 schools in our Best Colleges book were test required, meaning that you must submit a test score with your application. 2% were test flexible, meaning that if you don't submit an ACT or SAT score, you need to submit some sort of other score. So this is like AP scores, IB scores with your application. A whopping 84% were test optional, which means you can choose whether to send your ACT scores or SAT scores or not. And we're going to talk about what that means. And then 7% were test free. So like the UC system, University of California at Davis, University of California, Irvine, University of California, Riverside, any of the UC systems, they are test free or test blind. This means that schools will not accept any test scores. So even if you scored a 1610 on your SAT, they will not look at it. So those 7% are the only schools, right, that will not look at test scores.
Mm-hmm.
But what did an overwhelming 93% of the schools agree on? 93% of all schools we surveyed indicated that they still want to see high test scores. So even if they're test optional, right? Even if they're test optional, they still want to see scores. A lot of schools are test optional because state policy mandated them to be, right? They had to be, but it doesn't mean that they're not still favoring students who submit high test scores.
Mm-hmm.
That number jumps to 96% of schools with acceptance rates of 25% or less. So those more competitive schools, right, really, really want to see high scores. So how test optional is test optional, right? Like what you're telling me it's optional. What does that mean? Right now, by the time you apply, the current policies at your target schools may change. Stay up to date. We have seen this happen multiple times since we've come out of COVID, right? And things have started to become this new normal. Schools are starting to require tests again, right? So you might see one year, oh, I'm going to apply to this school. They were test optional. But when you apply next year, it might be different. You should choose to submit your scores on a case-by-case basis, right? Whether you send those scores or not depends on that target school and their policies and how competitive they are, right? What types of scores would they want to see? Am I in that range? and then make these choices with your advisor. So talk to your college counselors. Some schools have a college coach at your high schools, right? You can even talk with the admissions departments at that specific school, right? They are there to help you, right? And then if you feel like you don't have anyone, let me know. We have college admissions experts that I'm happy to talk you with. The thing I want you to remember about the SAT or the ACT, right? Even if you don't submit your scores, you should still take the SAT or ACT. Even if you're like, I'm only applying to UC system, like, and they're test free, I don't need it. You should still take it because one, anything could change at any time and your plans might change. You might think now I'm only going to apply to UC systems, but when you actually get into it and you actually start doing things, you might want to apply to a different school, and having an SAT or ACT score is going to be really important. So what is the test going to look like, right? If I showed you this question, you're like, this is a math question, right? Some of you might be like, oh, this is an algebra 2 question, right? No problem at all. I can answer this. Some students are going to be like, I don't remember this. What is this going to look like? And you can do really tough math and figure out the answer, right? What is the answer of A and B, right? We plug on all these things. I'm not going to make us do math today. That's not why I'm here, right? I'm not here to teach you the math. But when I popped all of that up, you're like, wow, Colleen, that was a lot, right? I solved for you that B equals 9, right? We got to get A by itself. We know what this is A equals. Then we can use this and we can figure out what B equals. It looks like a math question. It isn't, right? You're probably like, okay, Colleen, now you're confusing me. If I were to make you do all of that work on the other side, it took a long time. Just like I talked about with the MCAT, the SAT and ACT are designed to make you run out of time. Every minute is valuable. With the SAT and ACT, they try very hard to confuse you, right? They want to give you a question and make it look overly complicated when it's not. Let's take a breather, right? Okay, you're probably like, I'm confused. I'm lost. That looks challenging. Let's take a breath and look at this. This time, we're going to approach this problem in a different way, a way that we would teach in our Princeton Review classes, right? You're no longer a student. This is no longer Algebra 2. This is a standardized test class, and we're going to work through it together. The first thing is to identify what we're solving. They're not asking us to solve for A or to solve for B. They're asking for an unusual quantity A plus B, right? Not asking for just A, not asking for just B. We don't see this often, right? On your high school test, you're probably like, I don't see that. They want either solve for A or they really want to solve for B, right? In our courses, we teach RTFQ. Read the final question. What is it really asking? Right? We can pop this out and make it easier. I made this a simple arithmetic question for you. I plugged this in there so you know that the SAT and ACT are not like your usual college or your usual high school exams. They're going to be a little bit different. Do you have to train your mind to think differently when you prepare for these tests? And so I always like to use this little graph to show like, okay, what is the difference, right? High school test, limited subject matter on specific content knowledge. You're given plenty of time to complete them. You're going to be given partial credit or sometimes extra credit because they are human graded, right? Standardized tests are different. Years of material, everything you've learned throughout high school, sometimes even middle school. Hidden behind testing strategy, they are rigorously timed, right? Designed to make you run out of time. There's also no partial answer or no partial credit given, right? Partial answers lead to traps, right? They fall in those like tricks that they're wanting you to fall into. And if all of that isn't stressful enough, only your final score mattered. So some other myths that we can bust. Some colleges only accept one of these tests. I hear this all of the time when I talk to high school students. That hasn't been true since 2007. That was probably before Some of you were even born, right? There is no such thing more as like someone saying we only accept one over the other, right? Even way back then, right, when dinosaurs roamed the earth and we began using the Common App, the ACT practically was already accepted universally anyways. All colleges, all universities will accept either the SAT or ACT. Like you can choose which one you want to focus on. The other thing I hear, well, some schools prefer one over the other. We hear this all. Colleges don't care what high school you come from, right? They don't care where your high scores came from. They just know that they want to test, right? They want to see a good score. They have charts, right? So I'm Colleen, right? And we're going to say, Samantha, I submitted my ACT. Samantha submitted her SAT. We both look like great applicants. They have charts to compare. This is what an equivalent SAT and ACT score would look like, because they are, yes, two different scoring systems, which we'll talk about. But colleges don't care which one. Just take one, choose one, and focus on that one. The biggest myth about the SAT and the ACT is what a good score is. Like, I have heard all sorts of numbers, right? This is a good score. This is a good score. This is a good score. The thing I want you to remember, a good score is one that gets you into your dream school, right? So for some students, that might be a 1400 on the SAT. For others, that might be a 1090, right? It really does depend on the schools that you're applying to. The SAT is on a 400 to 1600 point scale, right? Scores of 1600 are very, 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 very rare. So are minimum scores of 400, right? You get a score of 400 if you basically go sign in and answer every question wrong. You still get a score of a 400. Very rare. To achieve a 1600, you must be well prepared, right? And even just a little bit lucky, right? Because like everybody is human, right? So some of that 1600 is lucky. There are scaled scores are comprised by summing the two section scores together. So reading and writing, you're going to score of 200 to 800. Math, you're going to score of 200 and 800. Questions also have varying weight. So that's an interesting thing about the SAT. Some questions are going to be worth more than others. A few of them don't actually count, right? Are also going to be experimental questions. Right? They're trying to use questions. They won't be scored at all, but they're using questions to testing to see, do students always get them correct? Are they too challenging? Are they too easy? To use those on future exams. ACT scoring is completely different. You're like, okay, I was on a 1600 point scale. Now I'm on a 1 to 36 point scale. So 1 being the lowest, 36 being the highest. Your composite score is going to be an average. Sorry, my screen just went black. Hopefully you guys can still, there it goes. Sorry, it came back. Don't know what happened there. It's going to be a composite of the 36. So all sections are added together and then divided by 4. If you take all 4, we'll talk about how the science section is now optional, new changes that the ACT has made. But questions on the ACT are all weighted the same. There is also still an optional essay that is scored separately on the ACT. The SAT no longer has an optional essay. The ACT is the only one with an optional essay. Because it's the only test and all schools accept both, you don't typically need to do that essay unless you want to use it as a writing example to provide to schools. So what do scoring percentiles look like? What is average? Maybe that's like always the question. What is a good score? I would love to just give you one number. We know 50th percentile for the SAT is a 1020. For ACT is 19. 66th percentile is an 1120 or a 22. 99th percentile is a 1600 or a 36. 98th percentile, right? 1533, right? If you look at these, right, it is not a big jump. Right? Like every point matters on the test, right? Each question you can get differently could make the difference of you getting into a school and not getting into a school. But the one thing I want you to remember, a good score is the one that gets you, each individual you here, accepted to the colleges or universities that you want to attend. And I'm speaking to each of you as individuals here because you are each on your own individual journeys to college. A good score is one that gets you in. Don't compare yourself to your peers, right? MCAT, right? We talked about the MCAT. There are like good scores and things that help you get in because it's more universally the same at med schools. Colleges are different, right? That applying for your undergrad is different, right? A good score is one that gets you into that dream school. So what are some of the similarities and differences? They're both scaled exams. Both are tightly timed, right? Both are designed to make you run out of time. Both test English, both test grammar, both test reading comprehension, and both test math. They both allow calculators, right? Both exams permit the use of calculators. In fact, the SAT provides you one in the testing app now, in the computer-based, because it's a computer-based exam now, which I never would have expected a couple years ago. It's always been a paper pencil test, but now it's not, right? It's a computer-based test that is now adaptive to the test taker, but the SAT does have one in its testing app. Neither exam penalizes wrong answers, right? A long time ago, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, is what I like to say, one of the tests used to subtract points for missing questions. That is not the case anymore. You are not marked down for wrong answers. So always, always, always guess. And both exams are taken at a testing site, whether it's like your high school, right, or another testing center, right? They are proctored in person, not taking these at home, right? They are proctored in person. So what's different? The SAT is exclusively now a digital test, right? Only being able to take on a device, like a digital device in the Blue Book app. The ACT offers two modalities. The ACT is also offered as a computer-based test, like the SAT, but unlike the SAT, it is also offered on paper. So if you're taking the ACT during the school day, right, your school has the option of administering it with paper and pencil or as a computer-based test. SAT math problems are generally a bit longer. It doesn't mean they're more complicated. They just typically take more time to solve. And they're longer in like their word counts. When they give you like a word problem, SAT tends to be a little bit longer. As I mentioned ago, talking about the SAT having a calculator, it's a Desmos calculator. It has graphing proficiencies, right? It's a performance calculator. You are still permitted to bring your own calculator, and we advise it. Desmos calculators can be a little bit confusing unless you've prepped with it, right? In our courses, we teach both types of calculators and strategies for both, but we always recommend, even though it is there, to bring your calculator with you. The ACT also tests a bit more of math concepts, right? There's more plane geometry, simple statistics, combinations, permutations, right? They're more straightforward, right? But there are more math concepts tested. Both tests have you analyze reading and writing. The ACT has passage-based formats with multiple questions on each passage. The SAT questions each have their own short excerpts. So ACT is going to give you one passage that's going to be used for multiple questions. SAT is going to give you short excerpts with just one question on that excerpt. The ACT offers a science section, whereas the SAT explicitly does not have a science section, right? There are some science text and science-related questions, like math questions in the SAT. The ACT is the only one that has a science-based section. The ACT also offers an essay, which we talked about. So side by side, what do they look like? The SAT is comprised of 2 subjects, reading and writing and math. They're tested in 2 modules each. Reading and writing modules have 27 questions and allow 32 minutes. The math modules have 22 questions and 35 minutes. The ACT comprises 3 subjects. They call them English, math, and reading. It's kind of like semantics, right? Like, okay, they're testing the same thing, right? But just naming them in different ways. Those tests, right, those being those English and reading, are similar to the reading and writing sections. ACT just splits them out. But there is now, so this is a recent change. The SAT, or the ACT science section used to be required. It is now optional, right? You get to choose if you want to take it or not. So through your prep, if you're like, this science-based section I'm scoring really well on, it's helping me boost my score, you might elect to take it. If you're like, I really don't like this section, I'm not going to take it. If you're planning on applying to a STEM major, it is recommended that you typically take it. It can be helpful, but you don't have to. The one other difference about the SAT is an adaptive test. It means that each test change based on the test taker. So your first module of reading and writing and your first module of math are going to be like medium level difficulty. If you perform well, your second module will be more difficult. If you perform less well, your second module will be less difficult, right? And this will change where your scoring can go, right? The test adapts to you based on how well you do on the questions of that first module of each section. This might seem a little bit stressful, but I want to emphasize to you that you really won't be able to tell how you performed on the first module. Students, the one thing, if you take away about the adaptive test, do not think too much into it, right? Do not let this stress you out because you are not going to be able to guess. You might have performed really well, and then you get a harder second module. Maybe it's just the types of questions you're getting, right? Maybe these are things you're just less good at, right? Don't try to think too much into it. You cannot guess the difficulty of your second module. It is impossible. I have taken SAT practice tests since I've now been graduated from high school. I've been graduated from college, right? Well into my professional career. I cannot guess the difficulty of the second modules. It is impossible. You can only focus on the questions you are given, and that should be your task. Focus on those questions being given. Do not think too much into what happened before, right? What am I thinking too much, right? Focus on what you are being given. So we talked about this, okay, optional science-based section. Let's stop for a second and think about like, okay, what should I do? Should I take the science-based section or should I not? Some of you might have already taken the ACT, right? You might have said, I took the ACT in February and it was a 3-hour test and science wasn't optional and the English test had 75 questions on it. How dare you change the test now after I've already done it, right? And that's true. If any of you took the test, that February was what, February 8th? Beginning of February, it indeed was a 3-hour long test with 75 English questions and a mandatory science section, right? And it was all a paper and pencil test, right? It has changed. But that's going to happen with possibly any test. Someone asked me, is the MCAT going to change? I don't know. I didn't expect the ACT to change, but here we are, right? You should prep for the test that's in front of you, right? When you get ready to take the test, prep for that test there. You have to learn to be adaptive, whether it's now when applying for colleges, whether it's in the future when you apply for med school, or if you change your mind and you go to law school, right? You have to be adaptive because things are going to change, right? And you need to change with it. So here's kind of the structure change for those of you that are probably like, okay, so what does it look? Less English questions, less math questions, less questions overall. A much shorter test, right? The English section used to be 45 minutes. Now it's only 35 minutes. The math section used to be 60 minutes. Now it's 50 minutes, right? The science section is also optional. Take a practice test, do a prep course, figure out what is right for you. So when are the upcoming administrations and what does this look like? So they're giving you the choice. So if any of you are getting ready to take the ACT in the coming couple of months, this really applies to you. If any of you are a little bit further out next year, you'll only take the enhanced ACT. But for those of you who are getting ready to test now, April, June, or July, you get the option. You can do the enhanced ACT, right, which is the new section and the new scoring and on a computer, or you can choose the paper and pencil test and you'll do the old ACT, right? So we look at old. This is the old ACT. Longer, science still required. So you get that choice. So if you're like, Colleen, I've been prepping for my ACT and I've done a prep course or I did a book and I am ready for the old ACT, just take the old ACT. You are given that option, right? But you get the choice on which one you want to do. So how do you improve your scores? There are lots of strategies out there and we only have a short amount of time together today, but I want to give you some things that can help you as you get ready. We talked about this with MCAT. Follow your personal order of difficulty, right? We all have different strengths. We all have different interests. We all have different strengths. We all have different interests. But when it comes to standardized tests, we all start with question 1 and move through the test on to question 2, then 3, then 4. And sometimes this is a bad idea, right? To illustrate this, I have 6 questions, right? I'm going to pop it all up. Okay. Pop quiz time. Are you ready? I want you all to look at these. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Some of you might see it, some of you might not, right? These questions are not in ascending order of difficulty, right? Some of these questions are harder, some of them easier. But if you're doing personal order of difficulty, the question that all of us should start with is, what is 20 divided by 5? Probably the easiest question and the quickest question that we could answer right now. In our courses, we teach you to move through the test and answer questions that you know you can do quickly and accurately first. Make your mark, move past the longer questions, save those to the end when you can get through the questions that you can do quickly and get the answer correctly first. You probably don't need to practice this strategy, right? But it is an important one to remember. There are questions that are just harder, and that's okay. You can skip these questions and come back to them at the end.
So we'll get the answer, right?
Oh, you want the answer to all of them. 20 divided by 5 is 4, right? 5 times 4 is 20. I don't have the answer to all the rest of the questions.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was.
No. We'll not provide the answer. We're not going to work through all the math today. You're probably all like, Colleen, I want the answers. I do have all of the answers. I can go pull them if anyone.
No. It's okay. I just thought I would bust in on that one. Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Yes, of course.
Keep going.
So ACT and SAT have writing, or ACT English and SAT writing questions sometimes appear quite similar, right? So let's look at it the way we would in a Princeton Review class. The first thing I'm going to do is ask you to tell me what changes in the answer choice. And if you look at these, has been, was, are, is. This is how we can identify the grammar rule that is being tested. What's changing? Is it punctuation, apostrophes, commas? We're like, no, the verbs are changing in the answer choices. And when verbs are changing, we have to identify the noun that goes with the verb, right? Verb, noun, match. We have to identify it. You've been tested on this. Most of your English, like high school English classes, were probably being tested on subject verb agreement here. Okay. So we look at the question. The jet streams are fast-flowing air currents in the upper atmosphere which occur due to the Earth's rotation and can shift location over time. The movements of the northern polar jet stream, blank, important for airlines looking to save time and fuel on eastbound flights. So many students want to think that the noun is jet or jet streams, right? Because it appears in the phrases. That is deliberately meant to throw you off, right? Throw your eye off and trick you into picking the wrong answer. The subject that goes with the verb is movements, right? This sentence is talking about movements. Now let's evaluate the answer choices. Can we say movements has been? Nope. Can we say movements was? No. Can we say movements are? Well, of course, right? We should just look at the last one for process of elimination. Can we say movements is? No. Okay, the correct answer is C, right? Process of elimination, quick. Don't let, right? They put jet stream here to trick you because a lot of students see the blank. They just say jet stream has been, jet stream was. Jet stream is singular, right? Movements is plural. They put jet stream there to throw you off. So look at the whole sentence to figure out what is the sentence talking about. We're talking about the movements of the jet stream. So let's do some math, right? I'm going to give you a big one here, right? This isn't a mistake. You're probably looking at this thinking, is this a reading comprehension question, Colleen? Like, this seems like a lot. I assure you it's math. So let's read it. An analyst of ticket sales for an opera showed that 6 times as many people attended the performance at night as attended the performance during the day. The analysis also showed that 2,500 more people attended the performance at night than attended the performance during the day. Based on the analysis, how many people attended the performance of the opera during the day if each person only attended one performance? Before you start writing out formulas, like this is your Algebra 2 class, I'm going to ask you a different question, right? The question is the correct answer already on the screen? Yes, right? The ACT gives you the correct answer to 100% of the questions, right? The SAT gives you the correct answer to 75% of the math questions. The other 25% are student-produced responses, meaning fill in the blank. And we know this isn't a fill in the blank question. So SAT does have some fill in the blank math questions. ACT is strictly multiple choice, right? So is the correct answer on the screen? Yes, right? It has to be one of these 4 answers. If they give you the answer, then let's work backwards. We call this plugging in the answers, right? How many people attended the performance of the opera during the day? Okay. We know the analysis showed that 2,500 more people attended the performance at night than during the day. Okay. Label our answers. First, label our answers. This shows the number of people who attended during the day, right? I'm going to start by evaluating answer choice C. So our answer down here attended during the day. We know that 2,500 more attended at night, right? 6 times more likely. So we can plug in here. 6 times 3,000 is 18,000. What we're also going to do, okay, so we know it's got to be lower, right? We know we're looking for lower. 6 times 500 is 3,000. There we go. They need to match. And we found our match. You didn't have to write out any formula. You didn't have to write out anything crazy, right? You just had to use the information that they gave you. The SAT is, yes, ACT, testing, Algebra 2, Algebra 1, geometry, a little bit of statistics, but you don't always have to think everything is so complicated. Finally, let's tackle a reading comprehension question. An important reminder for the thing about reading comprehension questions, there isn't necessarily a right answer. There's only a best answer. Best can mean that the two of the answers are good, but one of them is better. It can also mean they're all kind of bad, but one of them is least bad. They do this for a reason, right? You're not always going to love your answer choices on the reading comprehension section. So if we look at this question and we start literally with the question, it says, according to the text, what is true about Jean Valjean? So now we know our objective. We want to know about Jean Valjean. You can read the passage along with me, right? I'll give you a second. Actually won't. I'll give you a second to read it. Sometimes when I'm reading it, I go too quickly. So I'll give you guys about 30 seconds or so to read it. Okay. Before I even give you the answer choices, what do we know about Jean? He's exasperated, right? It tells you so in the first line. He's also conquered. It says so in the last line. From reading this, to me, he sounds generally a little bummed out, right? Let's start there. As we evaluate the answer choices, I'm going to point out some things that might be attractive, but really are wrong answers. So answer choice A, his mother is his closest family member. Does this passage actually say this, right? Is it being consistent with him being exasperated and that he feels conquered? No, right? It also has the hallmark of type of wrong answer, right? It uses extreme language, closest, right? Sure, it says something in the passage about his mother and his sister too, right? We saw that. But does it say anything about whether his mother is the closest family member? What about his dad? What about his grandma? What about his dog? What about his fish? Right? Does he have a dog? Does he have a fish? We don't know, right? It's also been a long time since I've read this book. So we're going with what we're being given. Answer choices with superlative languages like closest, never, always, none are more likely to be wrong. Let's get rid of it. Answer choice B, he is a soldier fighting at war front. Is this consistent with exasperation, not feeling conquered, and feeling conquered? Not really. It only works if we talk ourselves into it, and I probably could talk you into it. This answer choice also uses one of the conventions of a trap answer. It recycles a word from the passage. That word is war, right? You probably remember reading war into war front, right? Be careful with these. Nowhere does it say that Jean is a soldier, right? Let's get rid of it. Answer choice C. He believes in the good of society. Yikes. Be careful with this one too. What does it really say about Jean's attitude towards human society? It has never done him anything but harm. This is a convention of a bad answer choice. It says the exact opposite of something that is stated in the passage, right? But people fall for it because they're like, I remember reading about something, how we thought about society, must be this one. Don't fall for those traps. Answer choice D. He has experienced suffering in his life. It's consistent with exasperation, sure, right? Feeling conquered, sure. Is it really an exciting answer? Not really, right? When I think about it, like, not really. But in fact, it kind of understands what's going on, right? And it's like that understated answer choice. But it's not only true, it directly supported the passage, and it's the best answer choice that we were given. People fall for some of these other trick ones, especially when, like, it did talk about his mom. So they said his mother is his closest family member, and they just guess that that must be the correct answer because his mom was mentioned in this little short passage. Those are the traps that they want you to fall in. You probably read he's experienced suffering in his life. It's kind of a boring answer, right? Like, I think of like, bored, right? But that is the best answer. So you remember what I said at the beginning of reading comprehension? There's not always going to be this like green light, this is the answer, this is the answer. Sometimes it's just the least of the bad answers. So you're probably thinking, when am I going to have time to prep? When am I going to take the test? What does that look like? You don't need as much time as when we talked about MCAT prep to prep for the SAT or ACT. Start looking at prep about 4 months out, though. You don't have to start 4 months in advance, but give yourself more time so that way you can plan accordingly. Here are the upcoming administrations for all SAT dates and all ACT dates. So up through next June of 2026, July of 2026 for the ACT, right? So that way you can start planning accordingly of which one I want to take. Also keep in mind when your applications are going to be due, right? If your applications you're submitting in November or December for early action or early decision, you can't take the November or December test dates. You need to take one before that. Time management is key. Same thing with MCAT, we have SAT and ACT resources. College admissions counseling, free practice test, flashcards, self-paced online, essay feedback tool if you need someone to review your college essay. Please let me know if you have any questions. I wanted to leave questions for the high school side as well. So if you guys have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, Colleen, that was great information. I was trying to do those questions. Thank you for that.
You haven't done them in a while. They're challenging, right?
No, they're challenging. I know that. So thank you. That was very, very good. Okay. I mean, it was explicit, and I'm sure it was helpful for the students. I think we have some questions for you.
Okay, send them my way.
So, what year in high school should you take these tests? Like as a freshman or a junior?
You'll take them as a junior. So typically most students are taking them spring of their junior year or summer after junior year.
Okay. All right. You got that? Okay. I already took my SAT. Should I take the ACT as well or just one?
You don't have to take both. Students often want to take both to see, like, if do I score better on one or the other? What you could do is you have your SAT score, take a practice ACT, see how you're scoring. If you're like, and we can get a comparison chart of seeing which score is higher. If you do better on the ACT, maybe you do decide I want to take that and use that one for admissions. I want to take like an official one, but don't feel like you have to take both if you have a strong SAT score.
Yes. And hopefully, I think that was Janae. If you had a very good score, like she said, you may not want to take it. So again, those are the decisions that you have to make or ask, maybe a counselor or someone, okay? Okay. Is it recommended to take the SAT more than once if you do not get the score you wanted?
So very similar with, we talked about this with the MCAT.
Right.
Schools want to see that upward trajectory. Now, the thing that's a little bit different about SAT and ACT scores is some schools will do what's called super scoring. So if you take the test twice and you do better on reading and writing the first time, but you do better on math the second time, they'll basically take your top reading and writing score and your top math score from this and make them what's called a super score. So, like military academy super score, some state school super score. So that's different from med school, is if you take it twice, some schools will give you that super score.
So what they would have to do is check to see if they do a super score?
Yep, and each school will say, like, in their admissions requirements, like under SAT and ACT requirement, if they do that super scoring.
Okay, so you guys look out for that. Okay. Would doing the optional part of the ACT boost your grade?
So the essay, no. So the essay part will always be scored separately, but the science section could, right? Because it's an average. So if you take 3 sections, they add 1 to 36 for each section and divide by 3. If you take this 4 science section, it divides by 4. So if you're getting a really strong science section score, it could boost your score or it could lower it. Depends on how you're scoring.
All right. Let's see. And then do both the SAT and the ACT offer an option for no time limit?
Yes, so you can apply for an accommodation. So if you get an accommodation at school, where you get extra time, so like maybe time and a half on tests or untimed, but you do have to apply with College Board for the SAT or ACT.org for the ACT, and you have to apply for that accommodation and get it approved before your official test day.
And you possibly maybe if it's a medical reason, bring something to support it. Is that the case?
Yeah, so you'll have to, there's like a form online that you submit everything and they'll ask for the accommodation and what it's for, and then you'll submit all of that information to them and then they'll make the decision.
Okay, all right. Let's see, okay. When do we decide if we want to attempt the optional science section? When registering for the test or when taking the actual test?
So when you're registering, it will ask you like your like formatting questions. So if you're going to take it before the end of summer and you have the option of the paper and pencil or the enhanced ACT, it's going to ask you which one. So you do have to make that decision up front. So when you're doing your prep or your practice test, that's when you'll end up making the decision before you actually register.
Okay, this is a question I want. Do you guys offer at Princeton Review assistance, tutoring, or in some of these areas that might, help boost their scores? Is there some resources?
Yeah, so we have ACT prep courses, SAT prep courses. We have tutors. So if maybe you just need help with like one section, like I'm just struggling with ACT math and you just need help with one section, we can connect you with an ACT tutor to help with that one section.
And what generally the range that may cost?
Anywhere from $100 up to $1,500. So it like depends on which and how much help you need.
Okay. And how can I, if you want to put this in the chat, how can I sign up for an SAT prep course? It's a good question.
Yes. So if you email me or you go to www.princetonreview.com, that's going to list all of our like course options. But if you email me, I'm happy to talk with you one-on-one and talk with your parents to figure out what would be best for you.
Okay. Any more questions? Any more hands raised? Okay. Wow. That was full of information. I'm glad I'm not taking SAT.
Me too. You and me both.
But you know what? These students are so brilliant. They're all going to do well. So listen. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you
so
for
much.
having me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I loved being here today.
And if you have a few minutes, would you go into the green room?
Yes,
and I'll come back and I'll talk to you a little bit, okay? Okay, thank you. And let's all give her a big hand of applause, okay? Okay, all right. All right, that was great. I hope that was helpful to all of you who are taking the SAT, ACT, because I have heard this over and over and over. That, I'm going to XYZ, California, and we don't have to take the SAT, ACT. The other thing that she didn't say was a lot of scholarships want the SAT or ACT scores. So just remember that too, okay? All right. So with that said, why don't you guys take a break and come, it's 12:32, and come back at 12:50, and we'll start logging back in and be ready for 1 o'clock for the next session. Okay, thank you. Okay, I assume everybody is back. I hope you guys have learned a lot, and the information thus far has been very, very good. I see Dr. Miller is on board, and is Dr. Brooks in also? Okay, all right. All right, so our last workshop, and then we'll go over some details for tomorrow, is it's Doctors on Board, and it's a workshop on, the best practice for communications. And I have asked one of our students, Stephanie Lawless. Is Stephanie in? Is she, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you put her up? Okay. Hi, Stephanie. Great.
Hey, good
So,
morning.
hi. Good morning. Good. Great. So Stephanie Lawless is one of our, has been through the Doctors on Board program, and is also applying for medical school for the 26 cycle.
26, yeah.
26.
Upcoming.
So, but she has great writing skills, and we thought we'd take a few moments to go through some really important tips, more so than anything, that as you apply for medical school or college, or you want a letter of recommendation or scholarship, some things that we've seen over the years that you may want to try to avoid, or you may want to do. Okay. So remember everything. Also, I want to remind you, all of the things that we talked about today, there's tons and tons of material on our website, pmfmd.com. Somebody put that in the chat for them, please. And so a lot of the materials and additional things that will be supportive for the 2 workshops that you had earlier today are on the website. Okay. This communication one, we noticed when many of you applied to Doctors on Board. So, and some applied, and some statements, because it was 200 words, and some statements were very good, excellent. And then some statements, it was more, not so much that they weren't good, but we maybe miss a little bit what the question meant. And the question was, why do you want to be a doctor? Okay. And a lot of students explained their inspiration, which is important. But in 200 words, they may have used 175 talking about their inspiration, which was, my mother was sick or had cancer, and I watched them going through in the process that the doctors, and there's not enough Black doctors, or there's not enough this kind of doctor, and I want to be, never said what kind of doctor they may want to be. So they went through their inspiration, but they didn't get to that point question. So I just want to make sure that you guys pay attention to the questions that are asked, and that you look at the number of words maybe, or the time frame, and you really address it in terms of thinking about the readers. Okay. And Carol, Dr. Miller, if you should want to chime in at any point, please do. Okay. I would welcome it. Stephanie and I both would welcome it. Okay. So starting off, and Stephanie, you just chime in. One of the questions that came up was email communications. We recommend you guys remembering this. No nicknames. You'd be surprised how many nicknames we get. Inappropriate lines, and preferably we just, when you email something, they just want your name. Sometimes your email addresses are kind of out there, or maybe too long or complicated. So it's easier sometimes to maybe just create a Gmail account for all of these documents that you're going to have, and all the emails for medical school and even college, and you have everything in one place. Because remember, they email and they're not texting, and we want to make sure that you're not sending an email with text language. Stephanie, what was that one you gave me tomorrow? What was, somebody gave me?
TTY, I'll talk to you later, or LOL, or any short abbreviated just speak very plain English. That'll go further.
Yeah, that'll mean a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you guys understand that, and please comment, or if you got any questions, this is one where you can ask questions. You can just raise your hand or let me know, or you can put it in the chat, because this is about you and communicating what you need back. And a lot of this is done by email. Okay. But we really strongly recommend that you set up your own separate Gmail account. So mbiggers@gmail.com. Got it. Brandy or B Bell or Brandy Bell if you have a short name, versus all of the one special ones. If you got a common name that everybody has, like Teresa Jones, and you think maybe a lot of duplicates, you may put a number behind it or something. Okay. But just keep it simple and try to put all your stuff in one place so you can easily find it. Okay. Any more comments on that? Anybody? Okay. I have some examples in the document that we sent of some examples of an email salutation that you can use when you are asking for a mentor or more information. You can try that. You don't have to send it out to all of your emails. That's why we sort of recommend having a Gmail account separately. And then you can keep that salutation. So your name, maybe the school that you're in, and the year. If you got a major, your major, and then maybe you're a candidate for medical school in 2025 or something like that. That tells a lot. Thank you. Tells a lot about you and whoever you're sending it to. It gives them some information. Always, 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 if you want something and you're doing an ask, please put your phone number in there. Okay. All right. All right. Any more comments, Stephanie? You want to say on that? Anything?
Yeah, I would just say just be very straight to the point. Don't, because some people will add like quotes or things like that. And if you just want someone to get your information, just keep it really plain, like how you see here. It's just Zaid Mohammed, and then he has his phone number. Pronouns are helpful. Yes, sometimes you get a little creative with the quotes, but when you're just trying to be direct, I would just keep it very straightforward.
Please know the difference in reply and reply to all. Sometimes reply to all is important to use, and sometimes you shouldn't use it at all. Okay, so please understand that. I know that this sounds simple, but I'm telling you, we're seeing it, and I know if we're seeing it, many other people are seeing it too. Okay. Formatting is important. Have you ever seen an email that was 16 sentences long? There was no breaks. Understand how to use little paragraphs. So there's a break, because remember, you're writing to the reader in your email. So you want to say, hi, Dr. Miller, hope you are doing well. I attended the 2025 Doctors on Board program, and I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Break. And then the next one, my first question is blah, 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 blah. My second question is blah, 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 blah. Thank you so much for your time. And if you need to reach me, here's my phone number. Otherwise, then Dr. Miller will figure out if she can reply to that. But it's much easier that way than just one long run-in sentence, just sentence after sentence after sentence. Okay. Any comments on that? Any questions on that? Okay. Let's see. If someone sends you a message, try to respond timely and use subject lines. The subject line was put there for a purpose. Okay. Please use the subject lines. And sometimes the subject lines, you just email back and you don't change it. I think that's standard practice that people do. For me, I try to update those subject lines. So if I'm replying to all of you guys and then I'm sending you the Zoom link, I want you to find that Zoom link, not all my emails. So that's why I put Zoom links. So each one of you could find, oops, that's the Zoom link. So make your subject lines work for you. They will help you sometimes with the readers. Sometimes you just need to explain something real quick. It's real brief in the subject line. Okay. Any questions so far? Also, the other thing is whoever you are emailing, try to greet them appropriately. So if they're a doctor, don't just say hi. If you're sending Dr. Miller or Miss Lawless something, and you can say hi, Miss. You know you're asking them. It's nice when you have an email that's addressing the person, Dr. Miller. Hi, Dr. Miller, or hello, Doctor, however you want to say it. Hope all is well. I'd like to ask you blah, 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 blah. If you don't know the person's name, I mean, I'm assuming you don't, you're sending out something and it's for material, you may not know the person. That's one thing. But when you know and you're doing an ask, and we all know what an ask is, you asking them for something. Try to address them by not only their appropriate name, but the salutation of that. So it is Ms. or Mr. or whoever it is. This is again speaking to emails that you're sending when you want something to help you to further your career in terms of whether it's college or medical school or so forth, or even a scholarship too. Okay. Anything you want to add on that, anybody? Okay.
I just saw a really good question in the chat, and I'll just respond instead of I was going to text back. But
Okay.
Mariah, she asked, should you include your name in the subject line? I wouldn't do that. I think it's a great question to ask. I wouldn't do that. I would just keep it a brief kind of like synopsis of like what you're going to be talking about in your email, because they'll see your name in your signature, and also like if you have a good email like Stefana just said, they'll see your first name and your last name, you know what I mean? So that's probably you wouldn't have to put that in your subject line.
So for those of you, that's perfect example. For those of you who are going to email Colleen, the woman that just spoke on the MCATs and the SAT, ACT, you want to say subject line. You may say follow up from Doctors on Board program, question, okay? Then she knows you came from Doctors on Board program. She's got a reference because she gets tons of emails, okay? So she's got a reference of where she's coming, where you're coming from, and a reference for her to understand how to respond to you. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay, all right. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm reading this. I've been on this. Okay, remember to proofread. Okay, your emails, even though they're brief, remember to proofread. And you can put them on spell check. And the other thing that I use sometimes, although sometimes I send so many emails, but there is speak out loud, and I'll let the thing read it back to me. So, and if it skips, I'm like, oh, I caught it. So sometimes reading your own stuff and you got a lot of stuff on your mind, or you're reading, that speak out loud really is a good little tool to help. So I let it read it back to me, and then if I skipped a word or should have added S or something, sometimes I can catch it through that too. So that's a little tip.
Yeah, I would second that. Like, use your tools. Grammarly is really helpful too to help with syntax, or like just to check if it's making sense. And your formatting as well too, just to run it by, like start off with a rough draft and just use your tools. It really helps like streamline the process, especially if you have a lot of thoughts and you want to just, is this concise enough? You know, so that's, yeah, definitely use your tools. And what is the name? You said speak out loud. I might
start
using
out loud.
that too.
I have it on my you just read it. Like speak out loud. I don't know, and then I just catch it. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I like that.
Yeah, it's really good. Okay. It's probably in whatever you're using, Word or whatever you're using for that. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. And sometimes I'll copy the email into a doc and then let it read it. And then, because it catches all of that, and I'll pop it back into the email.
Good. These are great tips and tricks.
Yeah, it really, when you,
very good,
especially when you're doing scholarships and all these things.
Right. Yeah.
If you are emailing somebody and you want to either connect with them in person, maybe suggest some dates or a week, some dates and times. So like, I can meet you anytime during the week of would be good for me, but whatever is good for you, please let me know. And that may help them, because that gives them a point to look at and see if their calendar is open. Okay, because you're going to be making quite a bit of requests, and you know, you want that kind of support, and you want the mentor, and you may want a letter of recommendation, and you want it to be a good experience from the person that you're asking, because it takes time to write good letters of recommendation. And they may need something from you they may know you, but they may need something to make it a more verbose or stronger letter or stronger recommendation. Okay. It's always nice, I have to admit that I am not that in your emails, to make sure I'm better at emailing than I am talking sometimes, but to be courteous and to say thank you or wishing you the best. Figure out the salutation at the end when this is on the ask now, this is not your friends. The salutation that you want to have: best, warm, thank you, see you. So make sure that you got a nice little ending. Don't just send your emails and then put your first name in there. Okay. So, try to say thank you, or hope this works for you, or something. Figure out what works for you to make your ending a nice one. Okay. And let's see what else we had. Okay. Zoom. So we have a lot of people, you guys are used to being on Zoom, but do you guys know this, that we can see you when you go out and you stay out an hour and then you pop back in? It gives us all those times. Everybody, there were some of you that were in and out, in and out, and in and out. And some of you were out for an hour. So we already know that. Okay. So just know that. So if you're having a reception problem, when you come back in, you put that in the chat so the person knows that, because we don't know where you went. Okay. And it's not only me, it's everybody on Zoom. They can see when you go out and you're come back in, especially if you're going to get a credit or some kind of reward for attending that program. They can tell who's attending that program. So we can see all of that, because there's a couple of people that was in and out, in and out, in and out. And so we don't know whether they had a reception problem, is something wrong with they're on their phones, or whatever it is. So don't leave it up to us to guess, or the person on the other end, because you're doing a lot of Zoom. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I just want to add to that. Oh,
yes,
sorry, stop. Yeah, that's called over communication. So like this is something that I personally struggle with, because I feel like, oh, it's noise, or I don't want to, talk too much or like overwhelm these people. But like actually over communication is very, very like important as you're like move further in your career. So like Sofna said, don't let people just assume. Be that person, be like, oh, I'm stepping away from the computer, I have a connection issue, or I'm stepping away from the computer, I have to use the restroom, or I will be right back. So like over communication is better than just leaving complete silence. Yeah, I just want to second that.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Okay, and then how many of you, I'm sure, are applying for scholarships? And always send a thank you note. Even if there is not a name attached to the scholarship, it may be the name of the organization, okay? Or it may be a departmental name or something, but just figure out a nice thank you to send and make it timely. Thank yous, I've seen where we've given a person a scholarship or a stipend, and you get the thank you 6 weeks later. And then the recipient, meaning us, we're trying to figure out, what did I do now? Because you've moved on. Do it timely. And timely means within the first 72 hours or so. Try to, within at least a day and a half, especially if it's funding. If they're writing a recommendation for you and you know that they write the recommendation, make sure that you send a thank you, okay? And make sure you don't have to buy them anything. Nobody is asking for that. But it's important to do that, to say thank you and show appreciation, because remember, you're building your own network in your goal towards not only college, but medical school. And the ultimate goal is always residency. Okay, because you have to do a residency if you want to really practice medicine. You can be an MD and you can do a lot of things with your MD, but if you want to move on and become, a doctor that takes care of people, you need to do your training as well. Dr. Miller, you got anything you would like to say so far?
No, I'm agreeing with everything. I'm writing a few things in chat.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little person here with me who's also.
I
So
thought I
that's why
saw someone peeking
I'm
through.
staying mute as much as possible. So
Oh, I got it. I got it. She has a
understand
grandson.
how that, yeah, okay.
Okay.
But I'll
All
put
right.
a few things in the chat.
Okay, you'll put
And
them
I
in chat.
agree with
Okay.
what you and Stephanie are saying.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then other tips. Listen, we know everybody wants to be authentically themselves, but it is important that, especially when you are in this process, this cycle, and you're going to be in this cycle for, if you're in college, 4 years of college, 5 years of medical school, or 4 years of medical school, 5 years of college, just try to make sure that you appear as professional as possible. We're not talking about dressed up. We just make sure that you appear as professional as possible. Okay? Because we see sometimes before we hear. And it's important that your backgrounds, whether it's Zoom, when you're not with us, I'm not talking because we're cool. But if you are going to talk to a Dr. Miller, look around and see what's behind you, okay? And just make sure that if you're asking her something and she says, okay, I'm going to jump on Zoom, or I'll send you a Zoom link and you're talking to her, that's fine. Or if you're doing an interview, I guess they do some interviews by Zoom too. So you want to chime in on that one, Stephanie?
I think you covered everything.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, because I've had some students tell me, oh, I made a mistake. I just didn't do that, treat it as professionally as I should have. So it's very important to do that. Does anybody have any other questions or comments about communication? Those are the real big ones. Let's see. I was wondering where where we find whose email addresses.
I reached out to Maren,
Okay.
if I'm saying your name properly, directly. They were
Okay.
asking how to ask, and I just said just kindly ask the doctors if they would like to share their email.
Okay.
It's a great question. Yeah.
Okay, listen, let me say one more thing. Doctors are taking care of patients. In addition, they have to do all of their other supporting work, whether it's charts or whatever, and teaching and advising. So when you want to go to a doctor, you really want to make sure you're asking for something, not something vague, because you want to keep that doctor in your network. Okay? So if it's a question about exams or MCAT, you have all the people that we showed today, the AAMC and the Princeton Review, and there are others on our website. But if you're asking for something for a doctor, keep in mind it's super busy and they get tons of emails and they're working, so they can't get to their email real quick. And if your email's a little rambling and not specific, then it's a little hard. So try to use your physician connection as you develop it and go through to make it really work for you. Okay. Let's see. How much time should you take for a college? Is that an old one? For a college application?
Dr. Miller answered that.
Okay. All right. I'm good. I'm just slipping down and make sure. Did I miss any time? Okay. Anyone's?
I've been keeping track too. I think we're on track. Yeah.
You got them all? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. So
I have a question.
Yes. Sure. Yes.
How would you respond to the use of AI in
that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. So, and Dr. Miller, maybe if you can chime in on this. So this one, everybody's using ChatGPT and all the other ones. Just know this, that if you've seen it, they've seen it 1,000,000 times. So if you're copying something over in your personal statement or somewhere, they've seen it. So try not to do that, or try to turn it around. If it's a good idea, turn it around in your own words, okay? Be careful about how you use all of these tools that are AI generated in terms of your applications, in terms of your scholarship applications, in terms of your programs or something you are trying to get in, or internship or research or in it. You got to be careful with all that stuff, because trust me, the reader, many times, you see SF probably gets 16,000 applications for medical school a year. Okay? And just like they told you today, they drill it down. Okay? So if you are trying to do a letter of recommendation or personal statement or whatever you're trying to ask for, and somebody says, well, give me a draft, be careful how you use all of the AI generated stuff. Okay, and I'm gonna go into the specifics because you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay.
I just want
Anybody
to
else?
add one. I just want to add one thing about AI, just to bounce off of what you said, is you have to be your authentic self, because if you are using this AI or whatever to make these emails, once you meet that, because it's going to happen, you're going to meet the person in person. They're going to interview, they're going to ask you questions, and they'll be able to notice that, like, okay, the words you were using in this written like personal statement, or you answered this question, it's not translating, and it'll be very apparent. So just use it as a tool, but don't let it like speak for you. Use your language, the way that who you are, your experiences, and those are good enough. So just remember that.
And if you don't feel you have the right experience to answer that, then reach out to someone. And if you don't, let us know. Okay. And again, Colleen and the AAMC people, those they have all kinds of folks that you can reach out to, sometimes for a simple question. Now, if it gets more, it may, there may be a fee involved, but sometimes if it's simple, they will reach out. Okay. Any other comments on that? Okay. All right. All right. Tracy, any questions? Any comments?
Yes. So there's a portion of the handout that was sent that you didn't talk about today, but I think it is worth mentioning, and it's with regard to telephone tips. One of the things that I've noticed is many of you may not have a voicemail set up. That could be a big problem for you, because in the professional world, people leave voicemail messages. And so you need not just to have your voicemail set up, but to have a professional message outgoing that would just say, hi, this is Tracy Broadhead Frith White. I'm not available at the moment. Please leave me a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I possibly can. Thank you. Just something as simple like that. You don't need music, don't need anything else, but definitely have your voicemail set up on your cell phones.
Let me explain to you how important that is. There was a young lady that we absolutely missed. We had admitted her in the program and we missed her name. Somehow we just missed her name from the Excel file. And she finally sent me an email that said, I haven't gotten a Zoom link. And the other person that was working there, she said, what? And we went back, and there's a way we can go back and see all of your communications. And we realized that she was right. So we called her at 8:00 and she had a voicemail on. And we called her because we emailed her, but we wanted to make sure. Called her, and she called back and said, I got your voicemail. Thank you so much. You don't have to worry about it. Thank you so much. I'm just glad that we caught it. And it was her mom's voicemail, actually, but it was hers it's on her phone. So it's really important to do what she just said. It's very important to use that. The other thing is some of your voicemails time out, I think, in 14 days. Or you can set it up. I'm not sure how that, but I've heard numerous students say they time out and delete your voicemail. So I don't know whether that's because people don't delete their voicemails or it's an age thing or what, but you may want to check that out too. Because you could get a voicemail that say, hey, guess what? You are blah, 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 blah. And it may be something you want to hear. So check your voicemails on your cell phones. Okay?
That's a very important part, is set it up and check them.
Yeah. And make sure. If you don't know for sure, find out if that voicemail set up with because a number of students told me they could only hold 14 voicemails. And then they just delete them all. I'm like, really? What if you had something important? Did you get a chance to listen to them? And they're gone. And then the person thinks you haven't responded. And then you run into that person and say, well, I left you a voicemail. Boom. Okay.
The final thing that I will just add, which was also in your handout, was about LinkedIn. LinkedIn is social media. That is your professional social media. And Ms. Bello actually sent in the handout an example of a LinkedIn profile. Whether you're in high school, whether you're in college, whether you're in medical school or beyond, if you are a professional or aim to be a professional, you should have a LinkedIn profile. And that LinkedIn profile should kind of say where you are. If you are a high school a student, you can say that you're a 2026 or 25 graduate or candidate for graduation. Put your volunteer information there. This is essentially your online resume. So this is a very important tool because not only will it allow you to promote yourself and allow people to see who you are and the activities you've been involved in, this will allow you to connect with other people professionally. Now, remember I said at the top of this that this is your professional social media. This is not where you are posting pictures of the turn up in Napa. This is not where you are posting pictures of your friends. This is your professional social media that allows you to connect and engage with other people in your career and beyond.
And that also speaks to, in light of that, what you just said, social media, you love it. But remember, you're trying to be doctors. So if you're at a party and your friends are doing something in the background, but you're just smiling, but they doing something that they wasn't supposed to be doing, and that picture, and you post it because you didn't pay attention, you're just looking at yourself, you got to watch out for that stuff. So if you're on this Zoom, pay attention. You may want to go and look at all your social media posts, okay? Because you're not sure who's looking at that, especially whether you're applying for scholarship or colleges or medical school or whatever. Just check out as much as you can all of your social media, okay, and see what's going on. And you can't delete stuff, but you can at least know what's up, okay? Anybody? Add, go on. You want to add anything? Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. If the person you are emailing doesn't respond within 2 weeks, resend the email as they may have overlooked your message. That's okay. That's good. Okay. That was Dr. Miller. You guys saw all of that. Let's see. Is there anyone anybody that has a question? This is your time to ask a question. You can speak up. That was not answered either in the chat by Dr. Miller or one of the 3 or 4 of us. Okay. Okay. All right. So with that said, hope that helped. It's so important, okay, to communicate well and to prepare.
I see a quick question that just popped up from Gabby.
Okay.
Is there any other websites / apps like LinkedIn?
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
I think so.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. LinkedIn is the big one.
Mm-hmm.
The one that most people use. You know, one profile, LinkedIn is good. Just use that one, you know.
Yeah, I would agree. I think just as an example, if you had a solid LinkedIn profile right now, then you could connect with Stephanie Lawless. You could connect with Stefana Bello. You could connect with all of the people who were on the panels this morning. Nia Brown, Candace Pantor, Colleen McGuire. Like a lot of you have asked for email addresses. It's another way to connect with professionals who are using LinkedIn to stay in touch with them. Now, I wouldn't rely on that as your primary or sole form of communication, but it certainly is a way to connect and stay connected to people in your industry or in the field that you're trying to grow in.
Yeah, that's very good. I see one comment about they're an artist, a music artist, rap artist, and a college student, but I don't rap about explicit things, but can that still hurt me? Let's say this, you know now. And I mean, I don't know what kinds of information you have out there, and I don't know, you know, like how old you are or anything like that, but try to see what you can do if you think that there's some questions, and if you don't know, ask someone to say, would you just look at what's out there on me? Just, you can always ask someone to see if they can help you with that. I mean, sometimes people can be objective about themselves, but maybe somebody that they respect will. Okay.
Yeah, and also utilize protections like make your account private so that people cannot just like, check up on you and stuff like that. If it's something you want, your artistic outlet, but you want to, keep it separate from your professional, change the name, like, things like that to kind of have that barrier in between. Yeah, but interesting question though.
Yeah,
I'll say
they
this
like
as-
Dr.
as some-
Oh, go on.
I'll
Go on,
just
I'm
add
sorry.
to this as someone who hires people, not in the medical industry, but I have no doubt that it happens there. Certainly on the legal side, we do background checks.
Yes.
And those background checks are not just about, your criminal record or your work history or your education. There are formal social media background checks that are done on applicants for employment. I don't know if schools are doing that now. They certainly are in law schools, looking at social media background in the application process. So that would be a good question to ask for medical
Dr.
school
Miller has
application.
already posted it. They do.
Can I
So they do.
also add,
They do, okay.
I am Director of Human Resources, and we definitely look at, on application, look at your LinkedIn profile. We look to see if you are being active in your community or in your workspace, whatever you say that you are interested in. Are you looking for ways to provide that support to your community or in your education? What are you doing? So I just want you to really understand what is being said to you. And this is a big tips and tricks note to self. Your profiles on Facebook, you don't probably use Facebook, on Instagram, on Snapchat, wherever, use those as your private vehicles to chat with your friends and family. But LinkedIn should be all about business, all about how you want to be, and I'm sorry to say it, perceived when you are being taken seriously about the next steps in your life. It's real. It is very real. And in this world today, it's even more critical that you clean up those profiles.
Yes, yes. And again, they are, and it's not just your profile, it's also what your friends are doing with you. Okay. So keep all of this. We're trying to say it carefully, but as strong as we can, that it is important to clean up your social media profiles. Okay.
It is. The comments that you make.
And the comments that you
make
make
on other
comments,
pages.
right? In the comments. Yeah. Good. Right. Yes.
There was another question from Ayla. Is having no social media presence
Yes, I saw
better
that.
than having? Yeah. I'm not sure.
It's not.
No.
It's
Yeah.
not.
It's not better.
Then
It's
again,
just what's in it.
Here's
It's
the
just,
thing.
yeah.
The question is then, what are you hiding? Why everyone else does?
Yeah,
So
it's
it
odd
doesn't
if you don't have a
support.
social.
It's odd. If you don't have a reference point for someone who is trying to find out more information, how should they engage with you? How should they address you? If you don't have that out there, you're not representing yourself fully. Okay. You want to represent fully. That is a professional way to do that.
And
Start
listen,
your course there.
Yeah, I'm a person that doesn't have really any social media at all. I don't really subscribe to it, but I do have a LinkedIn page, right? Like after attending Doctors on Board, I realized like how important that was to have that platform to be able to, express what I've done and so people can easily look me up and like I get to tell my story basically in that way instead of, things that may pop up randomly because your friends added you or something like that. So I would take advantage of things like that. It doesn't have to be super complicated. Just put a really nice headshot and talk about some of your, accomplishments. And it's just, it's okay if you're in high school. If you did a one volunteering, add that. It'll grow as you grow as well. So that's just for somebody who doesn't use social media as much. So.
And let me add to that. There's two things. One, Ariana Elder, would you stay on afterwards? I want to help address that question that you asked, okay, a little bit more. And then the other thing is like our program, So what happens is when we post your names and they see doctors on board, that's a positive. If we put it online or we put you in the e-flyer, remember you guys signed all of those little photo releases, you know, that's a positive. We got a photo and we put it on. All of that is not only what you do, is the environment that you've created around you, the network that's around you. That's important too. Okay. All right. We're gonna leave that today. Oh, God.
Add your participation in this program on your LinkedIn
Exactly.
profile.
Yeah.
I attended Doctors on Board, or you can send it out, just whatever. You know, just try to build your footprint. You know, just try to build it towards becoming medical doctors. Okay. All right. So unless there's any more questions, did we get everything, Stephanie? You see anything we missed?
There's one more question I was gonna type, but I'll just say it out loud from Gabby. What if you don't have a phone? Would they still think that about you? I think that's what she's saying. If you have access to the internet, you can just you utilize that. You don't think you have to have a phone to create an account, I think, right?
You talking about a cell phone?
Yeah, I think that's what she if you want to speak up, Gabby, to clarify a little bit more, don't be shy.
Yeah, so sorry, my name is Gabby, and thank you for giving your time. My question was like, for those people who don't have phone, like if they don't have socials, even if they didn't have any other way to create socials, would um the people that you're applicating in, would they still think that there's like something to hide or something like that?
Gabby, how are you in high school?
Yeah, I'm currently a junior.
You're a junior in high school. What high school are you in, honey?
I'm in Kip College Preparatory.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to see where she was in the spectrum on this. Yeah, if you don't have a phone, you got time.
You can create a LinkedIn profile on your computer. And that really is, again, that's your professional social media. You don't need any social media that's not professional for this particular profession that you're pursuing. But I would definitely create a LinkedIn profile now, and you've got at least two things to put on it: your high school and your participation in Doctors on Board.
Gabby, you do have a laptop, right? Or a tablet or something?
Yeah, I have a laptop, and I do have a phone too. I was just asking for certain situations.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What is this about carpooling?
Mariana.
Wait, somebody's about carpooling. Where did that go? Where?
It's from Mariana. Who can we reach out to confirm that our family members have a secured spot for tomorrow? Would it be
You can't. It's too late. Let me answer that.
Okay.
Let me do this. Let me just get to this. So we sent out numerous emails, and in the last email that we sent out with your acceptance to the program, it told you that you had till Wednesday at 5 o'clock to have your parents respond, and it told you you didn't have to get an email or an e-flyer. Let me say, all you have to do is send back your parents' name, email, and phone number, and put your name in, and they were in by 5 o'clock on Wednesday. If you did not do that, your parents could not come. So that was the thing that you needed to read that email. We got numerous. We needed to add 2 more workshops, and we just were not up to doing it. I'm just going to be honest with you. It is a lot of work to do all of these. You have to get the doctors there or the speakers there and arrange for that. So what we had, we took, and by that deadline of 5 o'clock on Wednesday, that's a point in case where many parents and many students who wanted other family members to come missed out because of the deadline. 2 days is not enough to turn that around. Okay, we would have been, because we released the people and then we didn't need that. So it's important that you pay attention to deadlines. Deadlines mean something. And remember, deadlines are also for the people that are preparing this wonderful information and working hard for you to get. So be respectful of that deadline. Deadlines also means respect sometimes. Okay. Now, sometimes there are exceptions, and we get that. Okay. But, I was so busy, I didn't get a chance to do this. Try to be respectful. Okay. Any other questions that we missed in there?
From anyone else? Oh, we have a raised hand from Mariana. Do you still have a question?
Okay,
Did we
yes,
answer it for you?
Mariana. Yes, Mariana.
Oh, hello everyone. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question in terms of what I just asked. If we met the deadline, and because I know today we've been talking about like there being limited parking, if we submitted everything before the deadline and we put the form in and everything, who do you want us to like double check with just to because we've met I submitted the flyer and everything.
Mariana, let me cut you off. We'll get to that in a minute, okay? That's the next thing coming up with the details for tomorrow. Okay.
Oh, and then I had one more question. Is there any way to have everybody who presented today, like your LinkedIn's at the very end so we can all connect with you guys?
Why don't we answer that? We'll answer. What's thinking? Everybody that the workshop materials and everything is on the PMF, and we've said this before. It's on the website, and then you'll get some more materials tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
And
what you may
Mariana,
not
when you're-
see today, you'll get it tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, and then remember, Colleen, I think put her email address in there, and so did Anaya, I guess the name, and so did what's the other lady's name? Oh shoot, the other lady that was in the work. They all put their addresses on there.
Colleen,
Yeah,
Princeton.
yeah, Colleen. They put all their emails in them. Did you?
And for purposes of LinkedIn, you'll just be able to type their name into LinkedIn when you have an account, and you'll be able to send them an invitation to connect.
Now, if you don't listen, don't blow these folks. Wait a minute, we got to back up on LinkedIn, okay? If you're in high school, I caution you to sending someone to be connected to them, okay? At this point, I mean, you got to use some real common sense on this, okay? If you are in college and applying for medical school and you want to connect, that's one thing. If you're down the path of towards medical school, then it's one thing, but connect with them first. Because if I just got a blind LinkedIn from a high school student, I don't know if I would, just use a little common sense, okay? Just always it prevails. Does that make sense? I hope so. Okay. All right. Okay. So enough for that. I think we have communicated quite well, everybody. Thank you for all of your wonderful questions. Okay. Let's move to tomorrow so we can get you guys out of here and on time. Tomorrow is going to be amazing. Okay. Because tomorrow is the in-person part. So what I want to say is those people who were in and out on this one, you need to stay on because we need to know what was going on with that. Because there's at least 6 of you that were, maybe more, that was in and out. We need to know what was happening. Okay. So that's really important for everybody. However, tomorrow we explained the time. Please be on time for the registration. We will, you guys, you know your own selves about eating, but we'll have some light breakfast and food there. But it's expensive, so we try to make it nice. But if you're a big eater, maybe you want to eat a little bit, and then you can eat something there, and then we'll have a nice lunch, and we'll have some snacks for the closing ceremony. So just kind of keep that in mind. But please be on time. We did this on Sunday because in that area there's no parking tickets, so you can park on street, or you can park in the lot, which is a half a block down. You'll see it when you come right there on Summit. Okay. The other thing, everybody has a location. It is right next to Summit Hospital. I can't say that too many times. It's Health Education Center. They got a great big old sign out there, but we're also going to try to have a sign or something out there. Hopefully it won't be raining tomorrow. So we'll try to have something out there, but it is the health education. You can just come in and go down the steps, okay? And there's security there, okay? And if you have any questions, is this the Doctors on Board program, or if you say Physicians Medical Forum, that should be fine. I'm with the medical program. You can say something like that, okay, if they have a question. Okay. If you are unable to attend, and thank you for those, even though they're not on this session here, but some people were sick and they emailed us and said, I can't make it. Okay, so let us know that. That really was appreciated. Okay, everybody has the location in Oakland. You will check in at registration table. If you don't check in, you're not in the program. So if you bypass, you're one of these people that wander around, make sure you check in because you need a badge. Okay, they need to check you off that you're there. So don't just go into the program. Make sure that you check in at the registration table. Okay. We haven't done this program at this location, so this is kind of new for us too. So work with us a little bit on that. Okay. Let's see what else. Okay, dress for the day. This is very, 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 very important. I can't emphasize this anymore. It is important. One, no hoodies, no shorts, no flip-flops, no high heels. Don't bring long purses, big purses. You don't need any of that. We're giving you a bag because you're going to be moving from room to room. Read that information that we sent in the email to you. It is very, very important. So we ask young women to wear, flat shoes, or you can wear sneakers, it's fine. You can wear skirts or slacks, and a top. And the guys, you can wear a shirt. We prefer a collared shirt. Because remember, we're going to be photographing you. And it'll be online, some of these photographs. You already inside the release. Put your hair and, everything. Be comfortable. The other thing is this, you get a white coat. And you can't have all that stuff on with a white coat. So you can't move around if you got the white coat on. So I wanted to make sure you understood that you will get a white coat, you'll get a stethoscope, you'll get a bag. So it's very important that you get your mind into the mix of dressing neatly and comfortable. Okay, is that all clear? Because if you come up there in shorts and flip-flops, you're not coming in. Okay, I'm just real clear. Okay, so and we've had guys and some women that came with too much, or they had to drag that stuff because we're not responsible for your stuff. Hold on, I'm sorry. I caught. Okay, now sorry about that. This is one of the doctors calling. Okay. So limit the number of things that you bring. Now, nails is question. This is the question for those of you who have long nails. We just want to say that you will have gloves. So one of the exercises which everybody loves is that you will have a mock meaning pretend, so to speak, but you will have a mock primary care clinic where there'll be a real patient and you'll be examining. You must have gloves on. The same thing for the mock surgery and knot tying. There will be a real pig heart. You need a glove on. So if you got nails up to here, you may want to consider. I'm not telling you to cut your nails. I'm just telling you what the fact is for this program. Okay? Understand where you're going with this. Okay? We also recommend that people wear their hair back so that you can move around easily between these different sessions. Okay? Let's see what else was there. Again, we plan to have a nice lunch. I won't be emailing you guys any more information, so you can stop checking your emails for us. For those parents who registered in time and you got an email from us, they are registered. If your parent sent the information in and you did not get another email from us, or you sent the information in for your parents, then I will go in and check because I can tell what happened. Okay. And, but there were so many people that were late. Okay. Very late. In fact, we were getting calls yesterday. And in fact, we got emails this morning by parents. Okay. But apparently they just didn't read the email. Okay. And then you can look on the schedule that was attached. When you get there, we'll do our opening, and the first session will be sort of a dialogue mentoring session. And Dr. McDonald's, who you met today, and the Dean of Admissions at Charles Drew Medical School will be running it. So we decided to do it more open so that students could ask questions, and we'll have other people in the room to ask questions. Now isn't to be able to articulate. Today was to be able to take notes and listen and get questions. Now you're going to try to articulate your question. Keep your questions brief and to the point, okay? So, and that's a lot of fun. We always get somebody who has a great personality and a lot of fun, and we love that too. That's very important. Trust me, in medical school and residency and becoming a doctor, you need a little bit of a sense of humor. I wish Dr. Brooks was on. He could demonstrate that very well for you. Okay. So again, review the schedule. And then after we finish with the mock clinics, we'll have everybody go into one room. It's the Fontaine room. You won't be able to bring food in there. But so you'll be able to have, you would be through with your lunch and you would have went to the mock clinics. And then we'll award those people who attended both sessions completely, we will award them their certificate of completion. I mean, it is fair to those people who do everything that they're supposed to do versus people who just did a little bit of it and, you know, is trying to slide because they want the certificate, which they can also include in their packages when they get ready to do their college applications or in their personal statements or whatever, because it is hands-on. So does anybody have any questions about tomorrow?
There's a question of whether or not computers are okay. Should they bring their computers
Please do
tomorrow?
not bring your computers. You do not need your computer. Do not bring your computers. We're also going to ask you to turn your cell phones off. So take care of all your personal business, and you are in a room. We don't allow anyone that comes in this session except you guys and the mentors, the doctors, the medical students, because we want you to be focused. This is the one time. This is the one time when you got to take advantage of this opportunity. We are often asked all over the country, why don't we have a doctors on board program in Atlanta or in New York that offers, you know, the actual information for applying and what's required, and then some hands-on experience with cutting a pig heart open and suturing it. That is really valuable. It's a lot of work to put these programs on. So we want to make sure you get the best of it. And we just want to be respected and said thank you, which many of you guys did today in the chat. So we appreciate that. Okay.
Another question, would it be appropriate to wear black jeans and a white button-up shirt tomorrow?
Is that a man or girl? I guess so, yeah. Yeah, you can wear a button-up shirt or or what is it? Yeah, you can. That'd be fine.
And black jeans. That's okay.
Black jeans is okay. Yeah, black jeans is okay. Yeah, we just want to make sure. Oh, go on. It's just shoes too. That's what I was going at. Go on. I'm sorry.
Oh, this wasn't a wardrobe question, so why don't you go ahead and finish?
Oh, okay. So I just want to make sure I got that clear about shoes, because you will have to go up and down some stairs. So just, you know, don't have to, just no heels. Just be comfortable, ladies. Be comfortable. If you've never been to a medical school, you will notice every medical student is in some kind of flat shoes because they're running on their feet all the time. Okay. So this is moving around. This is your experience, your first kind of nugget experience for that. Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am. What was your question? What were you going to say?
2 more questions. Will our parents be able to be inside when the certificates of completion are awarded?
Those parents who have registered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then the last question I see right now is, do I need to send an email if I'm not able to come tomorrow and the reason why I'm not able to come tomorrow?
No, if you just signed up today, okay, you can send an email, but you won't get a certificate. I hope you understand that, right? So whoever that
but
is.
If somebody who,
go on.
If someone was registered to attend tomorrow, but they can't attend, what should they do?
They can send an email and say, I'm so sorry. Some people have already done it and say, I'm so sorry, I won't be able to attend. So yeah, that's fine. But just understand that we won't issue a certificate for that, even if you did make it today. But you got some valuable information from all the speakers today. Is that okay? Okay. Another question? Tracy?
I don't see any other questions in the chat. I think we answered all the questions.
At the end of when we're giving out the closing ceremonies, it's fine. Your parents can bring their, take their cell phone pictures or whatever they want. That's fine. And then we'll have some light cookies and stuff like that for everybody to just kind of hold them over. So I think that's pretty much it. Is there any other questions or comments about that? Just remember to be careful. And we'll have, I know it's been cold. So I think they have coat racks, but we'll figure out somewhere to store your coats. If you want to come and you're one of these people that's always cold, because you won't be able to have long scarves around you because you can't, deal with the mock clinics and you got a long scarf hanging down and it flops over onto the pig heart or something, right? So if you want to wear a vest, that's fine, okay? As long as it's not too puffy to get over your white coat. Yes, ma'am. What were you going to say?
There's another question about shoes. Open toe shoes, are they permitted?
We prefer not. We prefer not if possible. Okay. So you mean like a sandal versus a flip-flop? I'm assuming, is that what they're saying? Yeah.
Open toe shoes. Yeah.
If it's the best thing is to put on a nice pair of, not a nice pair, but just a pair of sneakers or a pair of loafer or whatever you wear, just close those shoes. Because if you drop something, it's just, this environment, we just want to protect everybody. So we prefer that if you have them, if you don't have them, then wear the best you can. But we prefer you having your closed-toe shoes.
Great.
Okay. Oh, will the white coat be given at the beginning just to know? I tell you what, that's our question. You'll find out when you get there. Okay. How about that? But to answer it, yes, you'll get the white coat when you check in. Okay. Do we keep the coat? Yes, you can keep the white coat, the stethoscope, and the bag. Okay. All right. Anything else? Yeah, just answer. It's okay. There's no question that we can't answer because this is the time to ask it now. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. That's good. Okay. Any other questions? Do you see anything else?
Yes, Bracia has her hand raised to ask a question.
No, thank you. I have a question. So both of my parents registered for tomorrow, but I do have a little brother, and I don't know if it's okay if he comes by with that.
No,
or you
no,
prefer.
it has to be 21. Milan, what did the thing say? It said nobody under less than 21.
Okay.
Okay, and there is a reason. When we first started, parents went crazy. And they brought all of these little babies, and I'm just being straight up with you, okay? And there was no filtering. So now we just say everybody's 21, okay?
All right, that's
All
good.
right.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry to be straight up, but it is what it is. And so they're trying to do whatever, and kids were everywhere. And it just kind of got out of hand. So versus putting us in that position, we just said everybody's over 21. Okay? All right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Any other questions? And
I
then
don't see any additional.
There's one question. Are baggy pants okay? Are baggy pants okay?
So baggy is wide, but if you got to my pants on your butt, no. Okay. Now, if because they're wearing all the baggy pants and so forth, but we're not talking about dropping down. They need to be at the waistline or near the waistline, okay? If that's
baggy pants are okay, saggy pants are not.
Well, no, you can wear saggy pants. If you got saggy pants and they at the waistline, wear them. I'm not gonna be that too bad. Yeah, we're just, pants is fine.
You're going to be around doctors and med students, and you want to leave a good impression and be impressionable, and you want to be comfortable as well. So,
Yeah.
I mean, someone asked about running shoes. Well, if they're nice and clean, Stefan always says to me, I always say, nice and clean, okay? Clean and presentable. Sneakers, running shoes, not in mud, but yes, if they're clean and presentable, you'll be okay.
Let me tell you one other thing to piggyback on what Carolyn said. Remember, these doctors are on admissions, and you may just be applying to that person's medical school who may be one of a group of people that will decide if you get in. A lot of these people have ties to colleges. So this, you know what showtime is? You want to do showtime for the profession that you want to go. So you want to put your best foot forward. So yeah, you can wear baggy pants, but we're not talking about drop down. But I know baggy pants is in, but I'm okay with that. If it's loose fitting, that's fine. You know, no, but don't show up in yoga pants. Okay, we saw a woman yesterday. I mean, I just couldn't believe it. She had on yoga shorts, some kind of shorts. It was a full thing. It was just amazing. Don't do that, okay? Because these people could be the very one, and you put doctors on board, because we found out when kids add to their medical school in their interviews, some of them have come back and said, oh, I applied for Harvard. In fact, this actually happened. And then her interview at Harvard, they wanted to know more about the Doctors on Board program. That was great for her because she could talk about something that she had experienced. And she could tell them that, well, one of the things that we did was we examined the patients, on primary care, the patients, the blood pressure, what we had a case and we examined it. We actually sutured a pig heart. She went in to talk some more information, and they was like, oh, really, what's that program? And so that's why we try to say, prepare yourself for this. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. All right. And again, you can, if you got any other questions, you can. I'll be checking my email, and you don't want to share it with us, but you just want to ask. You can send me an email, and I'll check it up till tonight before I go to bed. Okay. All right. All right. You got any other comments? Please read the schedule. Okay. And I don't know what else. The parent workshop, again, those parents that are registered. Now, let me tell you, there's always parents that show up at the very end. And if we have seats, then it's fine. But we're not encouraging that because we overbook that room. It's a room, it's an actual classroom. And the two speakers are admissions people. So now your parents are going into the process. And I'm trying to give you a full understanding of this whole, all of it links together. Okay. Okay, Nicole, you have a question?
Yes. Hi, Miss Stefana.
Hi, sweetie.
My mom just told me she's not able to attend the ceremony. So, I think you wanted to let me inform you if any change happens.
Okay, send me an email to that, sweetheart, okay?
All right.
All right, you can just reply to the email. Tell her we hope we see her next year, okay? And tell her we'll have pictures too. Okay? Are you there? Oh, I guess you go. Okay.
Yes, sorry. My computer's a little slow. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, so the question about Spanish speaking, we do not speak Spanish. Please understand that maybe someone can translate for your parents, but we don't speak Spanish, partly. And just know that everything that we're doing and the next steps in your future is going to be English. It's great to be bilingual, though, so that it will help in your career or if you're in a clinic or in training, but we don't translate into Spanish, okay? Is it Jazzy? Miss
Oh, it's
Figueroa?
Teretzi.
Yeah.
Jaretsi, thank you.
Sorry,
Sorry
yeah.
about that.
Hi,
Sorry.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I registered both my parents and like the application process, but they didn't receive any confirmation or any additional email. Were they supposed to receive that, or is it
If
just?
they applied, let me tell you something. If they applied after that Wednesday deadline, they may not have.
Oh,
Are
because we
you?
didn't.
And then a lot of times, let me tell you, 99% of the time, we sent something and the people didn't find it. 99% of the time. Why don't you stay on, Jazzy, and I'll check afterwards, okay?
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
What is that?
I'm not sure somebody took over by accident.
Oh,
Got
okay.
it.
Okay. All right. Anybody else that has a question or would like to stay afterwards? And otherwise we'll let everybody go. If you have a question you want us, you can just hang tight. We're going to let everybody go. And we look forward to seeing all of you guys tomorrow. Okay. Thank you. And I wish you all the best.